And the air was just right for Skyrim. So we're kind of deciding today a couple things. Do we want to play the full version and a character that's already like level 30? Or do we want to go back to um, the one that we just started on version 1.0.6 that we just installed that we were trying out? And I think we're gonna go back to that one. That's this one here, and has a different splash screen. You'll see it when it opens up. That's our splash. And this one has 1,289 mods and 1,084 plugins. So it's less than the first version because there's some things in this that I didn't install. Also, this does not have a bash patch or a synthesis patch created for it. The only thing that I created for it was the loads, the LODs, the grass cache, and Nemesis and body slide. So those are the only outputs that I created. I didn't make a bash patch for it. We're running it without it. Also, this does not have Pure Dark's upscaler. So, but are we running, I think we're just running TAA. Let's take a look at that. Well, I can't really take a look at that there. And I think we're running windowed full screen at 3440 by 1440. I wonder if we'd get better frame rate at just plain full screen. Let's take a look at that. We're going to go into the INI editor. We're going to try running this just straight up full screen 3440 by 1440. Just flip the bird to everything and say, here we go. Borderless, full screen. I don't think it says anything about Windows. What's up, Shot? Can't stay, but I wanted to wish you a nice stream. Thank you. Thank me for everything? You're welcome for whatever. I mean, if you were able to get something out of it, hey, cool. Okay, so we're using TAA. Trees receive shadows, 64-bit render target, precipitation occlusion, volumetric lighting enabled. Let's see what else we got going on here. These are all the fade distances. Sure, should be okay. Shadow distance is at 52. That should be okay. But it doesn't say anything about windowed. Okay, so 1440 by 3440. VSync present interval is turned off here, but I think it's on in the driver. And that's what I recommend is turn it off at the game engine. But if you're going to use VSync, use it at the driver. And I'm running G-Sync also. I have a G-Sync compatible monitor. So I'm guessing we're running just straight up full screen already. I don't see anything about windowed. Borderless. Full screen. Yeah. So that's what we're running. And let's time up how long this starts up. This is version 1.0.6. Uh-oh. I need to read this really quick. Give me a second. Okay, so that was just a reply mail. That's fine. Somebody's live on my channel? I wonder who that could be. All right, here we go. Timing. That's what we're doing. We're timing it. let's stop that. Start. Here we go. And I got my fruit smoothie. We got blackberries, raspberries, blueberries, golden kiwi, and strawberries, and about half a cup of kefir. And you throw that in the blender and blend it all up. Oh, tasty. Yum, yum, yum. But yeah, probably a good cup of fruit and a half a cup of kefir. Blend it all up. And of course, it wouldn't be right without a cup of coffee. What's up, JG? Welcome to the madness that is version 1.0.6. And I think we're still level 1. We're trying to survive. What's up, modder? So we are 1 minute and 16 in. And what device are you using to make it? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. What device am I using to make what? To make the Wabbajack? I build that right on my computer. That's software. That's not hardware. You guys are going to have a black screen here for a minute. Got to turn off the display capture. And the stream is running through OBS, again, software, but on my computer. What's up, Honan? Everybody dropping in. It's just taking a little bit longer to start up. We're at 2 minutes 26. We finally got a black screen there. There's many ways to make it. I don't know what we're making. What are we making? Tell me what we're building, modder. Because I'm still not picking up what you're laying down. So that's 3 minutes to the logo. And let's see how long it is to the continue button. Hopefully under 4. Of course, this is the first startup. Spinning logo there at 3:18. I know some people don't care how long. Oh, just start it up and, go get a snack. And I do like that I can see those 2 little boxes that tell me to use backspace and Shift O to get to. Those don't show up if you're using Pure Dark's upscaler. So this does not have the upscaler on it. I wish I had a smoothie with a gyro. I just ate. Smoothie sounds good. Good iced coffee instead. Okay, well, iced coffee's good. All right, so 4 minutes. And we're at the continue button. So I would say 4 minutes to start up. Oh no, we don't have Fat's Garden. That's just wrong. Okay, fine, no Fat's Garden. Probably because I pulled it out. So Fat's Garden is not a part of 1.0.6. And neither are any of the BDO armors. And no Reshade. I think it does have Birds of Skyrim though. but it does not have movable chains. So there are a few things I pulled out.
Where to start? Well, the news you heard about Ulfric was true. The Imperials ambushed us outside Darkwater Crossing. Like they knew exactly where we'd be. That was 2 days ago now. We stopped in Helgen this morning, and I thought it was all over. Had us lined up to the headsman's block and ready to start chopping.
The cowards.
They wouldn't dare give Ulfric a fair trial.
Yeah, it's a little more
fighting for
blurry.
your own people. All of Skyrim would have seen the truth then.
Probably just used a blender.
Out
Yeah, I
of
did use a
nowhere,
blender.
a dragon attacked.
You don't mean a real live...
I can
My wife's got a
hardly believe
blender
it
that has got a
myself. I
cup.
was there.
The cup's
As
about
strange
yay
as it
tall and about that
sounds,
big around,
we'd
probably
be dead if
24
not for that
ounces.
dragon.
So it's
In
not a
confusion,
full
we managed
blender,
to
it's
slip
just a
away.
cup,
Are
right?
we
And then
really
the
the
blender
first to
piece
make it
screws
to
onto the
Helgen?
bottom of it. And you
Nobody
flip it
else has
over
come
and you
up the
put it in the
south road
blender
today,
base
as far as I know.
and blend it up, but you're only
Maybe we
doing,
can lay up for
you
a
know,
while.
24 ounces.
I hate to put your family in danger,
know?
Gerda, but
Nonsense. You and your friend are welcome to stay here as long as you need to. Let me worry about the Imperials. Any friend of Raylov's is a friend of mine.
I don't know.
Here's the key to the house. Stay as long as you like. If there is anything else you need, just let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. We're in... I don't want any of the topics, thank you.
All right,
thanks,
then.
sister. I knew we could count on you.
I ought
Well, let's talk to her
Lucan over in
again.
the Riverwood Trader says thieves broke into his store. Strange. He says they hardly took anything.
That's
Do you
what I
have
want
any
to ask
supplies
you.
I could take?
We're using Bella's
Of
voice
course.
too. We don't have
Take what you
Siri's
need.
voice.
There is something you could do for me. For all of us here. The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever troops he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
Don't worry. I'm sure he made it out. It'll take more than a dragon to stop Ulfric's Stormcloak. I'll let them into the house and, you know, show them where everything is.
Help them drink up our mead, you mean?
Hey,
Good
wait a
luck,
minute.
brother. I'll see you later. I'm
Don't
glad to help
worry
any
about
way
me.
I can.
Yeah, well, give
I
me
know
what
how
all
to
you
play
got,
well.
Girder. Girder. How come I can't talk to you? Oh, that's what
Do
I
you have any
want.
supplies I could take?
Like I said, I'm glad to help in any way I can.
All right, we'll
Help
kick down.
yourself to whatever you need within reason.
She's not offering me anything. All right, well, I guess you don't have anything. And it's pretty dark. And did we ever get enough leather to make it? Yes, we did.
There's nothing too low for them.
$2,000 SEK blender. All right, yeah, I don't know much about blenders. This is my wife's blender. It's called a Ninja, and it works good. What up? Game John Key. I love the name. I'm doing good. How you doing? I don't know. I got Modder over here asking me about blenders. I don't know how I'm feeling about that. Because I made a fruit smoothie this morning, and he's asking me about blenders. Oh, good fruit though. I don't know. Them kiwi were a little ripe, but they was tasty. And if you're going to throw them in a blender anyway, it doesn't matter if they're soft. Let's put up a tent. We're going to spend the night. We are playing a brand new character using the preset that was in there. but we're testing out version 1.0.6 of the Wabbajack. So far I couldn't get Girder to give me any... we did fix the horses. This is the way I want to sleep. Eight. No. No. Yes. About 3 hours. Alright, we can actually... Okay, we're going to be level 2. What do you know about that? Well, we're dumping that into health, for sure. And then what do we want to put... Are we doing another ranger character? Probably. We did collect 3 sky shards and we put 1 in the light armor. We have 3 perks to increase. Well, we're dumping 1 into sneak because I like being sneaky. And it looks like... What else we got here in light armor? What's annoying mosquitoes? 10% less attack damage from enemies with full health if we're in light armor. Iron Fist, not doing that. Next rank, armor rating of light armor increased by 40%. Small amount of light armor experience when wearing at least 2 pieces of light armor in combat. That's worth it. Reason because mine broke in 1 week. That's a waste of money. Give up on rain. I don't know where she got the ninja one, but I didn't actually own a blender before that. We're dumping 1 into archery too. We only have 1 more perk point. 25% more damage. We'll take that. So now we want to move forward and get up. I think we did go get the paraglider. Let's pack this up. Only paraglider currently not working, so we need to save and then reload. So I did something I shouldn't have done when I slept. I used the wrong thing. So it's kind of a minor annoyance with the paraglider, but now we have the paraglider back. All right. We're pulling 40 frames a second. I wish we were getting better frame rate than that. Hey, what's up, Sudden Strike? We may have to dump that Pure Dark's upscaler back in there.
This doesn't concern you.
Yeah, I got it. Do we have... We don't even have a hood. Do we have a hood? Because it's raining. Alright, so let's favorite that. Let's favorite that. Well, this one has hair. They both weigh the same.
You're interfering with official Tholmor business.
Oh, peace off. Peace off, yo, geezer. Alright,
Meddle in our assault who suffers fools lightly and be gone.
oh my gosh, you guys are such pains in my butt.
Walk away now.
I'm not gonna walk away, but I'll fly away. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Downloaded my weapons off the Nexus? Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy them.
Let's make magic.
Tell you what, you start running
Well, we're too late to help.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you.
You didn't look like you needed help.
Certainly not. But a true warrior would have relished the opportunity.
Yeah, I like
to take
Ciri's
on a
voice
giant.
better than Bella.
That's why I'm here with my shield brothers.
What is a shield brother?
An outsider, eh? Never heard of the Companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
Can I join you?
Not for me to say. You'll have to talk to Codlac Whitemane up in Jorvaskar. The old man's got a good sense for people. He can look in your eyes. and
Codpiece
tell you
White
words.
Stain? What did
If
she
you
say his
go to
name
him,
was?
Good luck.
I think she said his name was Codpiece White Stain.
Never should have come here.
Alright, go get him.
Ha! Found you.
What are they? They got some bandits. Oh, the giant's empty. You jump the fence? I guess we can jump the fence. There we go. Who did they kill? You guys just killing everybody. Bandit Trollman. They got bandit armor, which is not as good as what I'm wearing. But I will take the potions. Pass on the battle axe. Why didn't I lock my frame rate to 40? Because I'm getting 60 frames a second right here. And interiors, I get 75. And if I'm running Pure Dark's upscaler, I get pretty much 45 to 75 everywhere. So, but we did go back to the fluffy horses. So now we have fluffy horses. We can probably take off the hood and cape. I wonder if we have anything to sell.
Moons protect us. I hope we do not
Welcome
encounter
to you.
one of them on the road.
All right, Reshade.
We will find out just how fast.
What have you got for sale?
As the saying goes,
Take a look.
You
Take a
do not
look.
need to be faster than a dragon. You need only be faster than your friends.
Hypophagia. We got Morrowind mushrooms here. And he's selling moon sugar. Naughty, naughty. And skooma, too. I do like the Morrowind skooma bottles. Those are pretty cool. And this is Tessa Monkey. She's our Tessa Monkey. Sell you the bucket. You can have the empty mead bottle. Keeping the water skin. Selling those. Selling those. Sell that. Average of to 60,000 mods. Yeah, I ran. This is a very heavy list.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
It's got the pipe out there and everything. Little treats. Very heavy list. Like lots of trees, lots of grass, lots of texture mods, lots of parallax. Like all of this is parallax texture. And then full EMB. So it's a heavy list. I mean, even Biggie, when Biggie ran it, and he's on a 4090, he was dipping to the 40s in some places. But this was made to be a very visually appealing list, more than pulling 60 frames a second everywhere, right? I mean, I figure if I can get 40
Official business only.
40 frames a second or better, and get visuals like this, I'm pretty happy.
Riverwood calls for the Jarl's aid.
Riverwood's in danger too. You better go on in. You'll find the Jarl in Dragon's Reach, at the top of the hill.
Jarl Ballin Ballgruff. I wasn't going to disrespect him. I know that's Pixel Nate's guy there. Jarl Ballin Ballgruff. I normally call him Ballscruff, but I got names for everybody. Like Delphine is Dope Fiend. Got the 4070 GTX, 16 gigabyte, i7 Intel CPU, 32 gigabytes DRAM. That's a good system.
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we must have more swords for the Imperial
What's
soldiers.
the speed on the
I just can't fill an order
i7?
that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride of yours and ask Yorland Greymane for help?
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's Stormcloak.
40 is playable.
Besides, Greymane would never make steel for the Legion.
Yeah, my
Have
main
it
thing
your
is
way.
about
I'll take the
visuals.
job, but
I
don't
really
expect a
love
miracle.
I love the trees. I love the parallax textures. I love all the plants. I love the fire and the smoke. I mean, if you cut all those things out, you could run this at 70 frames a second, no problem. Thanks. I just like it's the one I play. I pick things that I personally like. But I left room, so if there's other things that you want to add, there's probably about 10 open ESP slots. You could dump more stuff in. Or if you want to take stuff out, you can take stuff out. You know, but I liked, you know, having... Okay, here for instance, you know, I like that my tomatoes look like tomatoes, and my leeks look like leeks. And, you know, my cabbage and my potatoes. So I spent time to get good models, and my eggs are actually egg-sized. They're not, don't look like an ostrich has been running around, right? And it's all about the cheese. What's up, Nazim? Give me a 5. And then I did like animated, so you can see the wind is blowing the cart stall tops around a little bit. It's very subtle, but it's the little touches like that. And then I got shadows cranked all the way up because I really like shadow and lighting, and I love Lux lighting. There's my girl Janessa. What's up, Janessa?
Blade and shadow, silence and death.
Love your armor.
These are my arts. For a modest fee, I'll make great art for you.
What's up, Mustafa? I don't know if I have
Another time, perhaps.
500 gold.
If you change your mind, seek me out here.
All right, no problem. Let's see what kind of gold I got. What kind of gold I got? I got 365 gold. I don't have enough to hire her. What's up, Bit? Biggie's new video on the new tool to use less VRAM came out a few hours ago. No, I didn't. What's the tool? Because that would help this mod list immensely for people playing on like a 3060 or you know, 3070. Use VRAM R. Is it on the Nexus or is it a tool from somewhere else? Because I can see right now I'm pulling 18 gigs worth of VRAM. If I could get that down below 12 or even down below 16, that would open this mod list to more people.
Excuse me.
He called VRAM R. Okay.
You're looking to become a merchant?
Before my ma and Da passed, I told them that one day
I'd become the best trader in Skyrim. I met one of the caravan leaders, Madron. He said he'd help me get started if I could bring him a mammoth's tusk. Easier said than done.
Is that a link to it, Shot? It's on the Nexus? All right, well, we got to Alt-Tab and check that out. So give me a second.
Maybe I can help you.
You do that? If you find one, I could teach you a thing or two about trading. Help you get a fair bargain in the future?
Okay, well, that's cool. Now we can get her a mammoth tusk, but let me try to Alt-Tab. Yeah, I'm going to go grab that link. We're going to try it out. So let me turn that on. And let me click on this link. And let me see if I can... Oh, that's paraphernalia, huh? VRAM R. Reclaim precious VRAM, increase performance, less stutters, texture optimization, diffuse normal, parallax, height map, automated to optimize all of your texture mods in just a few simple steps. Okay. No scripts, no ESP, no need to rerun Dynalog. You don't need to start a new game. Process of resizing texture files to reclaim GPU VRAM. Well documented on Reddit and other forums. You don't need to be a computer wizard to do the process yourself. It's not completely straightforward. It's completely straightforward. You use MO2, then there can be some pitfalls with the virtual file system.
Stop, Outlander. You must pay blood price for your crimes.
What? Mod Manager install, VRAM R mod, go anywhere. Mod Organizer 2, open the tools, executable window, pull down menu MO2, new file. Sure previous VRAM R outputs are disabled, deleted. Okay, so it's basically going to run through the system and resize textures, right? And it's doing that to... Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different for my system because I'm running the stock game folder. That's the user guide, all in one. Now quality and performance optimization presets. Change your MO2 vortex, run link, VRAM bat. All right, well, screw it. Let's download it. We're gonna save the game right here. We're gonna deal with this. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't drop me when I quit out of this. Okay, so now we're back here. Let's go to downloads. It should have downloaded it, and it did. So it says I can install it like a mod. And it should be in tools. Well, I don't see it in the tools. Maybe I have to enable it. Think I have to enable it? Nexus collection. BSA packer. No, 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 no. No, no. Okay, let me look at this again. What am I doing wrong? All right. With your mod manager, install the VRAM R engine mod. Can go anywhere in your load order as the files are unique. Open the tools executables window from the pull down. Okay, so tools executable. And we need to add a new one probably. How about we add an empty one and then we'll find it. So let's go back here and go here, and we're going to locate the VRAM R bat file in the MO2 mods directory. Okay. So we're going to call this VRAM-R. We'll do it like that so it looks like it's supposed to look. We're going to look in the, so this is going to be here, 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 and stock game, and actually wait, is it going to be there? No, it's going to be here, mods, and it's going to be under VRAM-R. So, why do I not see it? All right. Let's just apply that for now. Let's take a look at where this put it. Textures, VRAM-R. VRAM-R, it's got a bat file. So I want to point it to the bat file. So it's in mods paraphernalia VRAM-R. Ah, that's the folder we're looking for. Paraphernalia VRAM-R. Okay, cool. That's why I couldn't find it. So here, 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 here. No, not that one. That one. Wabbajack, Nico Experience, MO2, mods, under P for paraphernalia. It's just a bunch of paraphernalia, man. Paraphernalia VRAM-R, VRAM-R, bat file. Open. Okay, so I don't know if I need an argument for that. We're just going to say apply. Okay. And let's give it a shot and see what happens. Hold on to your butts. VRAM-R, initializing VRAM-R engine. Dun 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 dun. Needs to create a folder on a drive with at least 50 gigabytes of free space. In the pop-up window, select a drive. C will create C VRAM-R. This folder will reduce in size as the optimization process completes. Hover the mouse over each drive letter to see the free space to help you decide. Select a drive with sufficient free space for processing. Will fail. Oh no. So this tells me I've got 386 gigabytes on my C drive. Okay, that's more than 50. Press any key to continue. Blink. Oh, we processing, baby. We processing. What do we got? Okay, cool. Well, it looks like YouTube didn't drop me anyway. That's kind of a good thing. So we're going to see, we were pulling about 18 gigs worth of VRAM. We're going to see what this does. And if it's a worthy step, I'll put it in my Readme and say, hey, go grab, actually since it's on the Nexus, I'll add it to the download. And I'll tell people to run it. Because if that can open up the mod list to more people, like I said, if I can get the VRAM usage to under 12 gigabytes, then that opens it up for anybody with a 3060. It opens it up to a lot of people. If I can get it down below 10, that's even better. So we're going to find out. Inquiring minds want to know. And thank you, Biggie, for doing a video on this. And thank you, everybody, for coming in here and telling me about it. Because I would have had no idea that got released. I would have been busy working on my Wabbajack and not even worrying about new mods that are coming out right now. And I would have missed it. So thank you. True Forest. It's going through everything. Looks like all the BSAs too. So it's going through OBIS loot, textures BSA. So it's unpacking BSA files and optimizing the textures. I wonder if it's going to repackage the BSAs. It probably will. Who made this? That's what I want to know. Is this Halgari? No. Gav Whitaker. Well, they made like 10 files. Everything's paraphernalia. Anti-flicker. Navigate Skyrim's lighting limits, which causes lights to flicker on and off. Should move and look around. Also provides a slight FPS boost. That may be a good one too. Luster, Reshade, End of Life, Magicka Snow Color fixes. I'm interested in this one. Anti-flicker. AESE VR mod navigates Skyrim's lighting limits, which cause lights to flicker on and off, move and look around. Slight FPS boost. While the lighting mods here on Nexus make our game look superb, there's a limitation in the game engine. Yeah, 4 shadow casting lights. It's the limitation. So, not for vanilla only gaming. A lot of the records in anti-flicker will get overridden by your lighting mods, so you won't be walking around in the dark. Unless you decide to solve this into a vanilla game, and then not add lighting mods. Yep, don't do that. Okay, so this needs to load before any lighting mods. Important that you have all of your lighting mods load after anti-flicker. Yeah. Turn these lights back on. So basically it turns all the lights in the game off. Hard-hitting approach, not a fix. So basically it's getting rid of all the light sources that are in the vanilla game and relying on your lighting mod to re-add the light sources. And I thought that's kind of what Lux did already. So Magicka might be one that I'm interested in too. Ambiance, not so much. I like the color of the snow in my game. Luminosity, ELE, or another one of my mods, Ambiance. Okay. So they don't even mention Lux. When did this come out? July 2023. Okay. Well, we could try that and put it before all the lighting mods, and also try Magica. Magica is another one. So we're gonna add more to the list. Anti-flicker, all in one, all DLCs, main quest. Above USSEP. Wow, okay. Main quest light plugin. All right, we're going to give that a shot. We can always take it back out. Did the chat freeze up? Or is it still going? Somebody type something. Am I missing chats? I hope not. So we're going to grab that one. We're also going to grab the other one, Magica. Thank you, Jason. But when it's turned on with Orbis, with Lux Orbis? Email light mods with embers. Yeah, I missed a bunch of chats. Sorry, people, I'm catching up. Did something break now, or what is happening? Well, I'm running up another program that's eating up everything probably. Coupled with Lux mods, a drastically fixed weird light flickering. Cool. Used with Lux, EMB light mods, and Embers XD. Yeah, I use all of those mods, Honan. So, making Lux go lower, but still CTD. Orbis is fine, just Lux. I've never had a problem with, Lux, Lux Orbis, and Lux Via all work together. You're going to need Lux Via because there's assets in Lux Via that Lux now uses. It's a requirement. Are you using Lux Via also, Jason? Got your external RTX 4090 in the post. Cool. Nice. You have to let us know how that runs, Modder. So that was the anti-flicker. The other one I wanted to look at was called Magica. What are we doing here? Magic lighting for spells, hand magic, summons, conjuration, plus a few special effects, projectiles, gravity, and explosions. Magic casting hand shadows can be turned off, optional download. Do have Via, I have all three, but damn, Lux is now a pain. Well, I'm running all three, and all three of them are in the Wabbajack. So the main issue I'm having is flickering lights when I'm running, only when I have quick light turned on. Lux by itself is perfect, but you throw quick light on top of it, it'll give me flickering lights. So that's why I want to try that anti-flicker by this same guy here that make this VRAM thing. Download MO2, Nexus mods as well, see how it goes. Okay. So this looks like it's adding light to magical spells. Bound weapon lighting, storm and flame atronach lighting. So this is going to conflict with EMB light that I have. So I probably don't want this mod because EMB lighting is handling the lighting coming off of Fire and Atronach and things like that. So I'm going to pass on that one. Well, this thing's still running. I got a lot of textures. Go try again with, yeah, give it a shot. I mean, make sure you have the latest version of all three, that they're compatible amongst each other. And then load order is also important. Lux Via loading first, and then Lux Orbis. Because Lux is handling interiors, Lux Orbis is handling exteriors, and Lux Via is handling road lighting. And I would call it interesting points or points of interest along the roads. So you've got, you know, bridges, like piles of wood next to sconces and things like that, where people would be, yeah. Is base Lux supposed to overwrite Lux Orbis? I do it the other way around. I install Lux first and then install Lux Orbis. They're doing two different things. Lux is handling interiors. Lux Orbis is handling exteriors. So they're doing two different areas. I mean, you shouldn't have any conflicts between the two that I know of. I mean, G-Gun, it was very thorough. I've actually talked to G-Gun a couple of times I was talking to him about point lighting because of the EMB that I'm running. I wasn't getting enough light on certain weathers. I wasn't getting enough light coming off of like the lampposts. And so I messaged him and talked to him, and he was talking about, okay, well, that's point lighting. If you go into your EMB into that particular weather and then adjust the point light value, you can increase the amount of light off of things like street lights, right? The light posts. And that worked wonders. And then I also talked to him again because he was missing, when he first came out with Lux Via, there wasn't an LOD model for the bridge and the scaffolding bridge that are right there by Honeymbrew Meadery. So I created an LOD model for that bridge and gave it to him to incorporate. Shows me the plus and minus when I have those enabled. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean in MO2? That things are getting overwritten? Mostly just let loot handle my mods plugin being ordered. Yeah, me too. I let loot handle it. Boy, this thing, okay, now it's going through, it's actually resizing. This is DLC Solstheim, autumn, summer, winter. So these are all it's resizing all the LOD textures from Dindalod. That's cool. Now it's doing trees. Markarth World. So now it's back to doing that. And now it's doing normal maps too. So it's resizing, these are all normals. Lux is getting overwritten by Orbis. That's fine. That's the way you want it. Install Lux first. Install Lux Orbis. Well, Lux Via first, then Lux Orbis. That's the order in which I install them. And then I let loot sort it. I'm curious to try out that anti-flicker. Because that was a problem that Nate was having too, is he was actually in the Undercroft there in Whiterun, and that was hilarious. He came across this little pygmy skeleton that was kicking his butt last night. And I was over here just laughing my ass off watching him, right? And I'm pretty sure that's one of Mahale's monsters because they're using the human skeleton and human animations. So they'll dodge, they'll jump attack, they'll use all the MCO attacks because of Scar, right? Scar allows them to use the MCO attacks, and then they're using the human skeleton. So they can attack just like a bandit would. And bandits so that was kind of funny. What's up, Gears? So, but he was having trouble, back to what I was talking about. He was having trouble using quick light down there, and the light's kind of flickering between the lighting that was there from Lux and the light from quick light because there was, it was too many shadow casting lights. Yeah, that little guy was very aggressive. Of course, he was level 1. Says deleting necessary files and folders from the optimization workflow. Okay, so now it's cleaning up. When this window closes, use the Windows Explorer to open C, VRAM R. You can then double click, run your chosen VRAM R BAP file. Performance is diffuse, 1K normal 512, parallax 512 kilobyte. Quality is 2K, 1K, 1K. So we probably want to run quality. You know what? Let's run. Do we want to run 1K textures? Think about, okay, my screen resolution is 3440 by 1440. 1K is 1024. So anything vertically that fills from top to bottom, a 1K texture is enough. But if it's only half of it in the screen, it's not going to be enough. So I probably want to run quality. Other people may want to run performance. So let me try running quality. Windows Explorer to open C VRAM R. Okay. Well, we did press a key. So we need to go to Windows Explorer. This is Windows Explorer. C VRAM R quality and performance. Okay, so we want to run, I want to run quality. Preventing your PC from going, there are 3 separate stages of texture optimization. After each stage, you can progress to the next using the Enter key. Be sure to review the optimization notes from each stage before continuing. Do not close any VRAM R window using the X in the top right corner. Hold the Escape key during optimization to cancel that stage. Press any key to continue. Okay, stage 1 optimization normal maps, and we'll use both CPU and GPU. Stage 2, okay, so it may lag the stream out. Specific diffuse textures, and we'll use both CPU GPU. Parallax height maps is not able to use the GPU. Take a long time, please be patient. Okay. So now it says press enter to continue. So now it's got to run through all the processing. This might take a while. Still CTD weird. And what's up, Gears? Jason, do you have other mods enabled? Disable them. Only enable Lux mods and their requirements. Test to see if issue persists. That's a great... I would listen to Honan. May need to use a new save. Yeah, it may be something baked onto the save game too. That's quite possible. Save games are kind of weird. They remember information. Like if you go into a town and you move an object, it gets remembered by the save game. Nico, did you see Biggie's boss video, how to reduce VRAM usage in Skyrim? I'm doing it right now, Gears. You see this thing running in the corner? Like over, is it over that way or is it over that way? I'm guessing it's over that way. But this thing that's running in the corner, that's, I'm running VRAM R right now. I want to see if it can, I'm running it on quality because we put the K back in quality. You're doing a new game? Okay, Jason. So yeah, we're going to try it out. We were using 18 gigs worth of VRAM, and I'm really interested to see if I can get it below 12 gigs. So only enable the Lux mods. When it comes to lighting, I mean, you can leave armor mods and other tree mods and stuff like that, but when it comes to lighting, only enable Lux. The Lux suite of mods. VRAM R. Yes, VRAM R is what it's called. And I am running it right now. Because we, inquiring minds want to know. How will it affect the Nico experience, which was very heavy on the VRAM? I mean, you needed a 3090 or 4090 basically to run it. I mean, with 16 gigs, you can kind of run it, but it would still stutter. And 12, yeah, you're going to get stutter. So if this is something that can lower the VRAM usage, it opens the door for more people to be able to use this list. And it would be something that I would include in the Wabbajack, and then I would direct them to the instructions to run it to optimize everything. Okay, well, here's another thing too. I might not need to do that. Wabbajack remembers any file that you modified. And here's another thing too. Yes, I can see your chat, Britt. Or is that, it's just bit, the bit 89. For some reason I thought there was an R in there, but no. Basically what Nico said, you want it as close to vanilla as possible to rule out issues between Lux mods themselves. I'm thinking that it's an incompatibility. Quite possibly, yes, Honan. Incompatibilities are the bane of our existence when it comes to modding. So right now we're just sitting around bullshitting and waiting for this to finish. It might take a while. But then we get to see, okay, how did it actually do? Bit, the only one I can see is the one where you just asked that question about your chats. Yeah, that's the one I see. You're not blocked or anything, but I am running a pretty intensive, it's not that intensive. It's using about, well, my CPU's tacked out at like 97% usage. But my graphics card's not that bad. I mean, we might be able to, no, I can't pull that up. Okay. Watch the Biggie video. It's 4 minutes and gives a great overview of the VRAM mod. Okay. Well, I'm running it right now. I mean, it's if you follow instructions, it's not very difficult. But what I'm thinking is if I optimize all the textures before I package the Wabbajack, it's going to remember all the changes I made. Wabbajack will remember the changes I made. And then people should have an optimized version from the get-go. It may increase the size of the Wabbajack, but if it makes it so, you know, people can play it with lower amounts of VRAM cards, I think it'd be worth it. Now, Lux is not broken. My options were different than what he covered. Okay. You only have Lux and USSCP? Okay. Well, that's weird because I'm running Lux and I don't have any problems with it. Yeah, it is weird that it's not working for you. Discord could work for showing your screen. Maybe. I mean, it was kind of like PixelNate was having trouble last night with crashing all the time. And Biggie brought up a good point that PixelNate's using an AMD processor and I'm using an Intel processor. And it kept referencing HET-SMP, right? And some of those use the AVX or AVX2. And if his processor isn't optimized or can't run AVX2 commands, that would crash it. I didn't even think about that. Biggie thought about that and told him, hey, you may need to tweak the XML files in faster HET-SMP. So I'm wondering if it's something like that for Lux also. Might be a setting. Well, I was just talking about the problem that PixelNate was having. You know, his problem had nothing to do with Lux. It was dealing with HDT-SMP, well, faster SMP mod from Daydreaming Day. And Daydreaming Day did a good job putting comments in the XML config XML file. So you can read the comments that he put there about what each setting does and kind of what you're changing when you change settings. And if you look at, if you're using something like, I ran these because I used to run a bunch of benchmarks and stuff. CPU-Z, it's called CPU ID, but that'll tell you if your processor can run AVX or So it's under here under instructions. Mine says AVX, AVX2. But this will tell you if your processor can run. See, it says Core i9. It's telling me it's a Comet Lake Core i9 socket 1200 LGA 14 nanometer 10850K. That's what I'm running. You don't know what AV, it's an instruction. So everything here in the middle, I know it's too small for you to see. I wish I could make it bigger, but I don't think I can make this any bigger. It's just an instruction. SSE, SSE2, SSE3, 4.1. So these are instructions that the processor can do. And this is a stock 3.6 gigahertz processor that I'm running at 4800. So I got it overclocked. But this will also tell you about your motherboard. It'll tell you about your memory and what is the SPD for your memory, which you should be having. It'll also tell you about your graphics card. It'll tell you about all of that. And it'll even allow you to benchmark it. 12700K, yeah, if you're running a 12700K, that's much more powerful than what I got. And I'm sure it runs AVX too. But take a look at CPU ID. It's just a good program. It's just a little standalone program to have. Yours can use AVX, but can it use AVX too? That would be something to check. I don't think that has anything to do with Lux, but it does have something to do with how you configure faster HDT SMP. All I'm saying is it may be a setting, and it may be an I&I setting that Lux doesn't like that you have. So if people are running the same version of Lux that you're running and you can't, yeah, I kind of figured you would on an Intel. I don't know about AMD. But what I'm saying is if there are people running that version and don't have a problem, yet you have a problem, I wouldn't blame Lux for it. I would look at other settings on my computer or the game, like I&I settings or settings I have in my graphics driver or something like that, that are different than everybody else, because that's probably where the problem is. And when it crashes, are you getting a crash log? Or does it just shut down? No crash log. Because what I found is when my game would shut down and I didn't get a crash log, it wasn't the game crashing. It was Windows shutting the game down. So then I had to look at my Windows settings and cure those. Once I cured those, I started getting a crash log again. Was LFX? Yeah, I used LFX for a long time, and I wouldn't really call it buggy. I think it needed a lot of patches, and LFX never really got the kind of love that Lux got when it came to patches. It just shut down. Okay, if it just shuts down, then it's probably Windows. Something in Windows is shutting down the game. It's not the game crashing. It's Windows shutting it down. So make sure that, like your antivirus isn't shutting down MO2. That's what my problem was. It was my stupid antivirus. Windows Defender was shutting off MO2. Well, the first thing I would check would be permissions through your antivirus. Make sure it's not your antivirus shutting down the game because it thinks it's a virus. MO2 runs on a virtual file system, and that's kind of like a big red flag for antivirus programs. Like, hey, something's trying to make a file structure that doesn't actually exist and trick you. Okay, even though that's kind of what makes MO2 so awesome, is it's using a virtual file system, but Windows thinks it's a virus. Windows Defenders will think that's a virus. So you need to make sure that you go into Windows Defender and set up an exclusion for MO2 to allow MO2 to set up the virtual file structure and use it. Otherwise, Windows will shut it down and you won't get a crash log because it's not the game crashing. It's Windows shutting it down. Does that make sense? Because Windows Defender won't tell you, hey, we think we found a virus. Do you want to shut it off? Windows Defender will just end the process. Bink, done. Yeah, doesn't even tell you. But we're protecting you. No, you're shutting down my game, darn it. You're not protecting me from anything except Skyrim, and I want that. Yeah, that's what it was on my thing. And it was Windows Defender. And it wasn't giving me any kind of a log that it shut it off or any kind of a prompt like, hey, this is running. Do you want to shut it down? No, it didn't give me a prompt or a log or anything. It just stopped the process until I told it, hey, I want this to not be affected by you. Don't even look at this process as a virus. Thank you, Gears. We're still running. We're still, and this is step 1. So I have a lot of texture files. This is going to take a while. But we can talk about, viruses and Defender and MO2 and everything else. What's up, Elder Scrolls? You came into a very boring stream. Sorry. This is the drink coffee and talk schmack about Windows Defender stream. And we're running a program up in the corner. I think it's over that way. In that corner, if I'm pointing the right way. That's called VRAM R. And what it's doing is it's going through every texture I have and resizing them so that nothing's over a 2K texture with a 1K normal map and a 1K parallax to hopefully save on VRAM. That's the command window. It's called VRAM R. There's a link to it. Gears just posted a link to it. It's called Paraphernalia VRAM R. And it's a mod that you can install via MO2 and or Vortex, and you can run it, and it will optimize all of your textures, all of them. And there's 2 different versions. One's a performance version that'll tune everything down to 1K. And then there's the quality version that'll turn it down to 2K. I chose the quality version because I run a 1440 widescreen. Help save performance. Yes. Basically what it does is it will lower the amount of VRAM So this is the way that VRAM works, right? You got to think about it this way. Okay, a 1K texture is 1024 by 1024. A 2K texture is 4 times that size because it's 2048 by 2048. So you can fit 4 1K textures in a 2K texture. Now, if the 2K texture is only this big and you go to 4K, now you've just doubled it or quadrupled it again. So the difference between a 1K texture and a 4K texture is 16 times. A 4K texture is 16 times as big as a 1K texture. Now you can see how you could really fill up your VRAM very fast if you start throwing 4K textures in there. You download the Witcher version of the missives board. Just found it and it's much better. Okay. Still shut down, might be a CTD. Well, did you go in and go into settings, and it would be in your antivirus settings. So if we go here, we go to settings, we go to system and security, I think it's called. Update and security. And then you go into, I think it's Windows security, virus and threat protection. And then you want to go to settings, manage settings, the second one down here. And then you want to go into, there's one of these that'll say allow, okay, it says exclusions, add or remove exclusions. So you can see what I have here is exclusions, Skyrim Special Edition. This is the creation kit, has an exclusion. Rybash has an exclusion. SKSE loader has an exclusion. Skyrim SE has an exclusion. Terrible eyesight. Stick to 2K. Okay. Well, think about your screen resolution too. This is the launcher. And then I have MO2 Helper, Mod Organizer EXE, Project New Rain Nemesis, OBS Studio. These are all the exclusions. I told it to just don't look at this. Don't you even, fresh installed Nico Experience 012 has an exclusion. Mod Organizer has an exclusion. OBS has an exclusion. Skyrim has an exclusion. So set up all these exclusions so that anything, and this is the virtual file system. Okay, x64exe and x86exe. So both of those have an exclusion also. So I told Windows Defender to not look at those, to not even think about those as a virus. And then I stopped having the crash to desktop. Well, it wasn't really a crash. It was Windows shutting down the process. Well, unless you're running a 4K monitor, there really isn't any reason to have a 4K texture. Because like I said, when you think about a 4K texture, it's 16 times as large as a 1K texture. People think, oh, 4K, it's only 4 times as big. No, it's 16 times as big. Right? Because if you have 1024, 2024, 3000, 4000. So it's 4 by 2, 3, 4. 4 by 4, that's 16. If you have a 1080p monitor and 2050 vision, okay. Well, yeah, if you have a 1080p monitor and 2050 vision and you need more performance, go with 1K textures. When you think about okay, think about a 1080p. It's 1920 by 1080. So if you have a 1024 texture, 1024 by 1024, it's got to fill the entire screen from top to bottom and then some before it starts losing resolution. So how close are you going to get to things? And do you mind if they're a little fuzzy if you get right up on them, right? Okay. Do you mind if it's a little bit fuzzy for better performance? Yeah. Okay. So I would say go 2K and you'll never have a problem because 1920 wide and 2048, even if the item fills the entire screen from left to right, it's not going to lose resolution. 4K textures your mammoth cheese. People don't really think about this. Everybody wants, oh yeah, and I need 16K, body or skin textures. Well, that's great if you're gonna get this close to it. But how often are you gonna get that close to it? Well, I guess that depends on what kind of Lover's Lab mobs you're running. So we won't get into that. But I would say, yeah, 2K textures for anything under a 4K screen, and you're good. The only 4K texture that I could see maybe putting on even a 1440p screen would be sky, because that's going to fill the entire sky, and you're going to see only a portion of it at a time. So I could see, clouds, I could see 4K, sky, I could see 4K, mountains. Okay. 60K. I think it would be 64K, but okay. It's got to be a multiple. I need 64K mammoth cheese in my game. Well, if you got the graphics card to push it. The other thing that people don't really think about is that if you put a bunch of 4K textures in your game, the graphics card doesn't know what kind of a screen it's connected to. They don't communicate and go, hey, I'm a 4K screen. Oh, really? Okay, cool. No, they don't talk to each other. So the graphics card is going to, why the mammoth cheese? It's a running joke. It's a joke. The mammoth cheese is a joke. Added exclusion to everything based on Skyrim stuff, still shut down or CTD. Then I don't know what to tell you, Jason. 1440p OLED monitor. It's only $800. Nice. Well, I looked at, when I was looking at buying a screen, I had a couple of options, right? I could have bought a 4K screen. And I did the math. It's over 8 million pixels. Okay. And then I looked at, okay, 1440p widescreen. So 3440 by 1440 is what I play. That's only 5 million pixels. And 1080p is only 2 million pixels. So 1080p to 4K, you're talking 4 times as many pixels you're asking the graphics card to display. So that's why you're going to get lag if you want a game at 4K, especially on Skyrim, heavily modded Skyrim. Yeah, you're not going to get it. You'd be lucky to get 30 frames a second if you want to play at 4K. I don't care if you got a 4090 or not. Doesn't matter. So back to the whole graphics card not communicating with the screen, right? The graphics card is going to render whatever you tell it to render. So if you dump a bunch of 4K or 8K textures into your game, the graphics card is going to say, okay, this is what I need to render, and it will render it, even if your screen can't display it. So slow down a little bit and listen to that again. Even if your screen can't display it. the graphics card will still render all of those pixels and slow your game down. So people who are running 4K textures and have a 1080p screen, they're just killing their performance. It doesn't look any better because their screen can't display that many pixels. Little test in Whiterun before running the mod. Okay. We're still running in the corner, so I'm still talking about pixels. and letting people know, hey, you know, you don't need 8K skin textures. You don't even need 4K skin textures. Unless you want to see a bead of sweat on somebody's forehead. And you've got a 4K screen to display it. And then, yeah, good luck getting anything over 30 frames a second. So, you know, it's up to you. I think some things are more important than other things. But yeah, even at 3440 by 1440, which is widescreen 1440p, right? 5 million pixels on the screen. I stayed at 2K textures because it's very rare that I get close enough to something that it's going to fill 2/3 or more of my screen. And things won't lose resolution until it fills more than that. NGL, I just got to stick with LFX. 2K is enough. I agree. I'm sorry that it's not working for you, Jason. I wish I could help you more. Well, and here's the thing, you know, the Elder Scrolls, when you look at it, if you don't have a screen that can display that many pixels, why ask your graphics card to render that many pixels? Because it's going to render them even if the screen can't display them. Also, when I moved up to this screen and running G-Sync, I needed to change from HDMI to DisplayPort 1.4 because HDMI can't carry that much information. It can't display 1440p widescreen. Can't carry that much information. Only DisplayPort can. So I needed to update the cable that was carrying the information in order for it to display it. So that's another consideration. People don't think about things like that. What lighting mod was I using before I switched to Lux? I was using a mod called Relighting Skyrim in addition to LFX. Well, I'm glad you got something out of it, Jason, and I'm sorry that we couldn't help you out more. Check out Relighting Skyrim. I swore by that for years. I ran Relighting Skyrim. That was a pretty good mod. This thing is still going. It says optimizing normal maps to 1K quality. So I guess it's doing the normals, which means I think it already did the diffuse. And then it's got to do all the parallax. So that, I think that would be the _P. I don't think it's going to do anything with the specular maps. And when you think about complex parallax through EMB, what Boris did was he put the height map in the alpha channel of the specular map. So when I'm talking about, I don't know if I'm talking over your guys' heads or if you know what I'm talking about, but when you think about an item in the game, there's basically 3 textures that are going to be brought into it. What's up, Harry? You've got the diffuse, which is just an image, a picture of what's going to be on your item, right? You've got your normal, which is a bump map. It's going to tell you how bumpy it is. And then texture mods, have you got a lot? I've got a lot. Yeah, it better be low. It's taking a long time. Well, it's going through. It's also doing all of the Dynalod files because that's what it's working on right now. If I read it, these are all Dynalod files. And since I run Seasons of Skyrim, there's 5 times as many as if you don't run it. Because I've got a winter, summer, spring, fall default for every Dynalod grid. And I have more than just Skyrim. The world of Skyrim is 96 grids by 96 grids. Okay? So if you do the math on that, 96 times 96, that's a lot. It's a lot of grids, right? But not only that, I also ran Dynalod for Wormstooth. I ran Dynalod for Chanterelle, Chanterelle 2, and Chanterelle 4. Okay? And I ran it for Beyond Reach. So I got rid of the included LODs that came with those mods and generated my own with Dynalod 3. So yeah, it's a crazy installation. The Nico experience is a crazy installation. But I've generated all of those files for you and I've uploaded them. All you have to do is download them and install them. And you'll have the same LODs that I have, which are freaking phenomenal. Dynalod 3 is killer. Grocery shopping for mammoth cheese. While you wait for VRAM R. Okay. What do they charge for mammoth cheese nowadays? And are you getting the blue mammoth cheese? Or are you getting the Munster mammoth cheese? The mammoth jack cheese. The mammoth mozzarella. I want the mammoth Gouda cheese, the smoked mammoth Gouda cheese. Oh, I love smoked Gouda. That's some good cheese. But Munster's good. What's another good cheese? A really good white cheddar. I love jack cheese. Pepper jack's good. Like on a sandwich. Ooh, pepper jack. Still a NASA computer. Just play my mod list at 120 FPS. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Where the bottleneck is now, because I've pretty much taken care of the other bottlenecks I had, I'm running the hardware pretty hard. Okay. But the bottleneck that I have now is the game engine and DirectX 11. So I'm at the very limit of what the game engine is capable of doing and what DirectX 11 is capable of doing as far as draw calls. There are parts of my game that will pull 14,000 draw calls, and DirectX 11 will start to slow down at anything past 10,000. Smoke Gouda. Stirred with the chef's finest thranduil. Yeah. I love smoked Gouda. I could just sit there with a pocket knife just cutting off pieces and eating it. Especially if I've got like a Fuji apple. Ooh, sit down with a Fuji apple and some smoked Gouda. Oh. Cheese whiz? That's not cheese. That's processed cheese product. Go get some smoked Gouda and a Fuji apple. and sit down, cut it up, sit down and eat that together and tell me that's not heaven. That's heaven. Good flavor. I'm just watching my game being optimized. You know, I should have really done this off stream, but at least we get to sit here and chat, right? If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. We'll try to talk about something to keep it entertaining. We're still working on optimizing the normal maps to 1K quality. We put the K back in quality. What do you mean there isn't a K in quality? Sounds like there is. Brulee, some brie. Oh, and a pear. Ooh, brie and pear is good together. I still go for the smoked Gouda with a Fuji. That's my jam right there. How do you do grass cache? Okay, well, grass cache, Soul Chaser, you're going to need to be on version 1.5.97 of the game. And the reason for that is it's something that runs through, it's a mod called No Grass in Objects. Optimize thing, what's it called? Might need to do that. The optimizing thing that I'm doing right now is called VRAM R. And it's just it's optimizing the textures. Thank you, Shot. There's a link for you, Jason. So there's different ways to do the grass cache depending on your mod organizer. Grass cache requires that you're on 1.5.97, requires that you have the .NET script framework from Meth 321 installed, which is a mod. And then it also requires you have No Grass and Objects installed, which is another mod that requires the .NET Script framework that was also made by Meth 321. Okay, so once you have all that installed, there's actually a precast grass plugin for MO2 that you can get and drop in your MO2 files, and you can run it from MO2. Once you have your list all where you like all your mods, then run a grass cache. It will crash multiple times, and it will yeah, I saw that one, Gears. Climbable ladder doors. I saw that one. Didn't grab it, but I saw it. But yeah, you can run a grass cache from there. It will take quite a bit of time depending on how much grass you have and how many world spaces you have. Since I was doing Beyond Reach and Chanterelle 1, 2, and 4, and Worm's Tooth and a bunch of other world spaces, along with Skyrim, Solstheim, and the other world spaces that were in the base game, it took about 3 hours to produce a grass cache. And it crashed maybe 4 or 5 times along the way. Because what it's doing, just to give you an idea, is it's generating every grid and generating the grass for every grid and then saving that. Yeah, if you drop the game resolution to 720p windowed, running grass cache, it'll run a lot faster. A lot faster. I didn't do that. I didn't know that trick at that point in time. Install that mod while you were off to fetch the VRAM R link. Sounds very interesting. Ouch. Well, the great thing about having a grass cache, okay, if you know how the game works, when you enter a new area, you enter a new grid, okay, the game goes, oh, we need to generate grass for this grid. So it's using your CPU and GPU to generate all the grass in that grid as you get there. Okay? This takes processing power and it could cause stutter in your game. The way that the grass cache works is it's already generated it once and it's saved it. So that when you get there, it just goes, oh yeah, we know what that looks like. Boom, here it is. Which means you'll load faster going into different areas using a grass cache than you will just going to an area and letting the game generate the grass. Does that make sense? But anytime you change the height of the land, you'll need to rerun the grass cache because it's all based on the height of the land. Grass cacher PY that works with the latest MO2. Okay, cool. The latest MO2, what's that, 2.5.0? I think it's 2.5.0. The one before that I was using was 2.4.4. I always get MO2 from GitHub. I don't get it from Nexus. It's better to go right to the source. Go get it from GitHub and get the 7-zip file version of it, not the exe. And then unload it from there. Do that. But yeah, if you're going to run it outside of MO2, when it crashes, you'll have to manually restart it. Manually restart the game. If you're running it from inside MO2, it'll crash, but it'll restart itself. So it's something you can start up and walk away from and just come back when it's done. So it's much better to do a grass cache through MO2, in my opinion. Because you can, start up and go to bed. Okay, let's time to go to sleep. We'll wake up in the morning. It'll be done. And then you'll have a full grass cache, and then you really don't have to run it again as long as you're not changing the height of the land. If you install a mod that changes the height of the land, well, for instance, live another life. Okay? Just for instance, it puts a farmhouse and a small farm just to the west of Rorikstead. That is one of the start locations for alternate start, live another life. Okay? This changes the height of the land in that area. It carved some of the land out of the hill to put the house and everything there. It lowered the land. So if you're using a grass cache that was produced before or that wasn't using alternate start, the grass will be floating above the ground where the land used to be, but the land got moved down by the mod. So you see the problem? You'd have to rerun the grass cache to lower the grass down to where the land is now because of the mod that changed the height of the land. Another one that'll do that is the one that got me was Ogres from Fourth Unknown. It puts an ogre hole to the east of the Lorius farm outside of Whiterun that's up on the hill. Well, same thing. It carved out part of the hill to put the ogre camp up on the hill. And the grass will still be where the land used to be, but the land will be down here, right where it was carved out. So it looks really weird if you're doing a grass cache like that. So those are a couple of places that I know where the height of the land got changed and I needed to rerun the grass cache. And that's probably one of the main reasons I'm still on 1.5.97. And I know people have produced grass caches for using 1.5.97 that they've uploaded and allowed people to use for AE, right? Because AE can't run the .NET script framework. But therein lies the problem. If you start it can be tedious. I wouldn't really say tedious. I mean, it's another one when once you start it up, go take the dogs for a walk, you know, go spend some time with your significant other, go do something else. You don't have to babysit it. Just come back when it's done. I don't mind running Dyndalot. I've run it hundreds of times, literally hundreds of times. Over the last 12 years, probably thousands of times. Anytime I change my trees or I change my shrubs or I change my grass or I change, the land, add a mod that added a castle somewhere or something, or Bathing Beauty's luxury suite. I need to rerun the grass cache, rerun XLOGen, TextGen, Dyndalot. But when I hop on my paraglider and I'm flying around the world on a clear day, yeah, it looks freaking amazing. Amazing. And so would I give that up? No, I would never go. There's no going back. Once you see that and go, I can do that with Skyrim. Yeah, there's no going back. You're like, why would I go back to where I enter a new area and I see buildings just boom, pop into existence or trees just materialize out of thin air? I'm never going to see that again, right? I can look through a forest beyond the 5 U-grids to load. And I know some people are like, well, just jack your U-grids to load up to 11 or up to 7, right? Okay, fine. The problem with that is that now NPCs are also rendered out that far. And some of them have dialogue that starts quests. Or they're in a battle that you need to help with. For instance, the Bob Shire. Okay, you come up on one of the characters from the Bob Shire, and she's getting attacked by a bunch of Thalmor, and you have to help save her. Well, if you're too many grids away, she might be getting attacked, and you don't even know about it. You can't hear it. You're not close enough to hear it. So that's my problem with changing the U-grids to load. I would much rather run Dyndalot and have a lower poly and a lower resolution texture item beyond the 5 U-grids to load. XLOGen is the older version of Dyndalot. Dyndalot was made from XLOGen. So, but the reason to run XLOGen is for terrain. Don't run objects and trees in XLOGen. Only run terrain. And this will give you, because Dyndalot is not going to handle terrain. Dyndalot is going to handle objects and trees and grass, but not terrain. So if you want your mountains in the distance to look good, run XLOGen first, because that's how you get really good looking distant mountains, is running XLOGen. So I run XLOGen, and then I run TextGen, and then I run Dyndalot. But before I run anything, I run Grass Cache. That's Grass Cache is the first thing. So Grass Cache, XLOGen for terrain, TextGen to make my high quality billboards, and then Dyndalot. And I run seasons of Skyrim in Dyndalot, and I run grass. It'll detect whether you have a grass cache or not, and it'll use those. And then I'm the latest part of Dyndalot that I really like is the whole parent to child, child to parent world space. So if I'm outside Whiterun, I've got a mod called Timber that adds a bunch of trees inside of Whiterun. I can see those trees from outside the wall, even though that's a load area, right? When you go through the doors into Whiterun, you're going through a load door. But it'll render those trees even if I'm outside of Whiterun. I'm excited to see how it goes, even on my system. Like I said, if I can get that VRAM usage down to 12, then that opens up this, I can reproduce the Wabbajack with these files in it. Basically what I can, since what it's doing now is it's doing all of the ones for XLOGen, TextGen, and Dynalot, right? That's what it's doing now. It's doing all of the distant LODs. That's what's taking it so long. I can repackage those and re-upload those so that people can have an optimized version of all of the LODs that I've produced. Yes, you sure can. And you can see the trees outside from inside Whiterun. And vice versa. You can be standing up on the Western Watchtower and look at Whiterun and see the trees inside Whiterun because of Dynalot, even though that's behind a load door. Because it's loading the child world space within the parent world space, at least the LODs, which is, that's awesome. You know, Shisen, yeah, has a sense of humor with the whole give me your firstborn thing, but also very, and when you think about it, Elmister U really deserves more credit than they get. When you think about SSE load gen and you think about SSE edit and all of the quick auto clean and all of that, they're all based upon the same code. So, and Shisen is using that same code for Dynalod. They're all based on the same thing. So when you think about Dynalod and TextGen and SSE edit and test edit and quick auto clean, that's all pretty much the same program. That's all based on the same code. And I think that's all Elmister U. But I think there was a lot of collaboration that went on with that also. So I don't think it was strictly one person, but yeah, a bunch of really big-brained people got together and made some really awesome tools for Skyrim. They wrote some really good code. So when I think about it, you know, Dynalod wouldn't be possible without SSE edit or X edit for that matter. You know, it wouldn't be possible without that. And I know when, you know, and these are things that Bethesda will never do. These are things that modders did. So Bethesda didn't have anything to do with that. They're not going to give us a tool like that. They're not going to spend the time to make it for us. Matter of fact, people had to fix the creation kit. Modders fixed the creation kit that came from Bethesda. Bethesda still gives us a game with dirty master files. When you download a fresh game from Steam, there is missing item references in the master files of the game. Come on, Bethesda, it's 12 years later. Couldn't you have fixed the dirty edits and missing item references in the master files of one of your largest grossing games of all time? Couldn't you have fixed that? No. But we'll give you some free Creation Club content. So yeah. I don't expect the Elder Scrolls 6 to be anything exciting. I do expect it to be another playground for modders. As long as Bethesda doesn't keep breaking things every couple of months with an update that changes the game code and messes with SKSE. The people who made SKSE, I'm sure will port it over, or other people will port it over. And the people who did Xedit, I'm sure will port it over. So we can expect the same kind of tools that we have for Skyrim in Elder Scrolls 6 when it comes out, but they won't be coming from Bethesda. They'll be coming from the modding community. And then give them 5 years, just 10 years, and ES6 might be able to compete with where modded Skyrim is now. Now, when you think about Mod Organizer 2, and you think about Vortex, and you think about Wabbajack, okay, Halgari created those. Incredible. Who would have ever thought of running a mod manager in a virtual file system so that you never touch the original game folder? And who would have thought that you could use that same virtual file system to make a complete copy of an installation? You're talking about if I change a texture, Wabbajack knows, and we'll create a patch to patch it, right? And recreate every change that I have ever made to my game on somebody else's computer. That's pretty darn incredible. Bogasm and I want better arrows. Well, those are just meshes and textures. As long as they don't mess too much with the NIF file format, it should be okay to port them over. I mean, we were able to port them from Legendary Edition to Special Edition, change them from 32-bit to 64-bit. A couple people, made programs that'll do that automatically. When you think about Cathedral Assets Optimizer, and when you think about NIF Optimizer, those are two programs that were created by users, created by modders, that will convert from Legendary Edition format to Special Edition. Now, the other interesting thing is that I didn't realize until I started reading posts from Mihail is that the old style of NIF will work in the new game. So having BS tri-shape and BS tri-shape data in the NIF file will work on Special Edition and or Anniversary Edition. You don't need to update to BS tri-shape, which combines those two in the NIF file. So again, I might be talking over somebody's head, but anybody who's ever messed with NetImmerse files will understand what I'm talking about. And what's kind of cool, well, it's kind of a bummer. We don't have a working exporter for like Blender to export directly to SSE format with the BS tri-shape. We can export to Skyrim Legendary Edition format with the anti-tri-shape and anti-tri-shape data. And then the way I got my weapons into the game was I'm overwriting the anti-tri-shape data with an anti-tri-shape data that I exported. Here are the new rumors about ES6 releasing in 2026 and being set in Valenwood. No, I did not hear about that. I would love to play a game based in Valenwood. I think that would be really cool. To go to the home of the Wood Elves. You know, we've done the Dark Elves, Morrowind. We've done the Imperials, the Imperial City in Oblivion. And we've done the Nords up in Skyrim. Okay. So you've got, Argonians, Black Marsh. You've got Elsewhere, Khajiit. You've got High Rock, right? And you've got Hammerfell. So the High Elves, the Red Guards, and then you've got Valenwood, right? Which is the Wood Elves. So they have like 5 choices still left to do, unless I'm missing something. I might be. But those are 5 I can think of off the top of my head. I wouldn't mind seeing Elsewhere either. I think that would be cool. Desert. It would be easy to render for sure. But they have tropical forests too. Elves and bows. And massive trees that move, that walk. They migrate. You didn't hear about that one. You hope it's all of Tamriel? That would be a really huge game. And again, Irishite, you have to remember that Bethesda is kind of limited because they need to produce a game. A large portion of their market share is console. Okay? So it needs to be a game that will fit on the hardware of console. And this is why I don't think that ES6 is going to compete with a modded Skyrim out of the box when it's first released. It can't. Because consoles can't compete with the storage space and processing power of a PC at this point in time. Consoles aren't that powerful. So that's going to be the limitation that Bethesda has on creating a game, is that they're going to make it with consoles in mind. And then modders are going to make it with PC hardware in mind. But that's going to take time. And we can port a bunch of stuff over, for sure. But I would love to see an update to the creation engine to bring in a version of a destructible world, much like Unreal Engine 5 has. Okay, integrate that into creation engine. Integrate lumen type lighting into creation engine so that you don't have to worry about flickering lights. And you don't have to worry about, fake lights. And then definitely integrate nanites. So we don't have to worry about creating LOD textures anymore or LOD meshes anymore. You do that and update the creation engine to handle destructible world, lumen lighting, and nanite technology for just an LOD, then you got something. Then you could fit a lot more into a console game if you integrated those 3 things into the creation engine. That's what I would love to see. And then I would love to play in that engine. I would love to create stuff in that engine. That is exciting to me, But I don't have, because the work's already been done to deal with the NetImmerse files. when I made the Mariner sword, I did it based on a sword made by a swordsmith in Australia who actually made that sword in real life. And I contacted him and said, hey, I want to make a 3D model of your sword and put it in a video game. Can I do that? And he was excited about it. He thought that was great. Well, the guy who bought that sword wanted to commission me to put that sword in Elden Ring. And I told him, I said, well, I don't really have the tools I need to do that. There is no NIF scope for Elden Ring that I know, right? Where you can hack a model that you made into Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, you might be able to replace a model that's already there with a different model, but I don't know about actually hacking one into the game engine and loading it as a mod. So when I told him, I said, I'm sorry, I mean, I can bring it to Skyrim, but I don't think I can bring it to Elden Ring. Daggerfall, if I remember correctly, was all procedurally generated. So it was never the same way twice. Which would be a little disorienting, I think, in today's game worlds where we go, hey, we've been to this place. It should still look like this place, right? It would be nice, but I mean, again, you're going to get into the kind of the Starfield thing, right? Procedurally generated worlds. Things are going to look, you're going to like, hey, haven't I already been here? You're going to get deja vu, right? Because there's only so many assets that you can fit on a game that's going to work on console. So you need to reuse assets. When I think about my Skyrim installation, how big is my Skyrim installation? Well, when I think about the Wabbajack, it takes up 400 gigabytes worth of space. And that's insane for one game. Now, the game itself is about 200 gigabytes, but all the files, the zip files that it needs to download, is another 150 or so gigabytes. Easy. So, but I never would have thought of having a game that's 200 gigabytes. When I look at The Witcher, I think The Witcher is like maybe 20 or 30 gigabytes for The Witcher. And my Skyrim is sitting over here going, yeah, I'm Fat Albert over here at 200 gigabytes. What's up, Queen? Grandbaby decided to play with your Xbox. Oh, no. Well, make sure it's a PG. We're running a program that is going through every single texture I have and optimizing it. And we're still only doing the normal maps. Is that crazy? That's crazy. And it's working on what's taking so long is all of the Dynalot files. Vagabond's sitting at 800. Yeah, no kidding, Pixel. No kidding. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's crazy. But it's crazy in a wonderful way. Did you grab the latest one there, Nate? Did you get my wonderful splash screen? Have you seen my splash screen? We can check it out. Oh, maybe we can check it out. Maybe not. It's too busy running stuff. So I don't know if it's going to let me do this. Maybe. Jag found us a good free game called Doritos Crash Course. Cool. Let me know that if it installs correctly, Nate. I'm running VRAM R right now. And we're optimizing all of the LODs. So that may save on VRAM and may run a bit smoother. I'm hoping it can reduce the VRAM usage from 18 to 20 down to 10 to 12. That would be ideal. But it's resizing, this VRAM R is resizing all of my Dynalod files. That's what it's running right now. It's running, it's running Tamriel and the Shire and Dimfrost, and it's running the grids, which are Dynalod files, and resizing all the normal maps. I don't know if I really need to do that, but whatever. Anyhow, I cut it way down, Nate, as far as I could. I mean, it's still bigger than some other Wabbajacks. I don't know if I can reduce it anymore. It's probably because I've changed a lot of files that it needs to be that size. Also, I'm running stock game folder, and when you run stock game folder, it will, the stock game downloaded from Steam is a little over 12 gigabytes, just for the stock game. You got to have the splash screen. All right. Well, I was trying to pull it up, but it doesn't want to let me pull it up. So I got to go in here. Let's find mouse extender. Mouse extender is not wanting to work. Mod. Where is my mouse extender? Well, I guess we can run the search. Mouse exterminator. No. I want oh my God. Mouse extender over Cat 5. No, it's not. Okay, well, it's got a portable version in Russian. That's not what I'm looking for. I need to be able to get to my... I don't know if I can get there. It's not letting me pull it up right now. Is it even running? No. I wonder if that'll pull it up. That should pull it up. There it is. Okay, cool. What was I looking at? Splash screen. Okay, cool. So I can get to that. If we go to Wabbajack, Nico Experience, MO2, and I come down here to Splash, PNG. That's my splash screen. So that's what you're going to see when you start it up. I should probably move that up a little bit. Right now it's not at optical center. I should move this up to optical center. We can do that. You guys want to play in GIMP? Let's play in GIMP. We're going to drag this over here. Then we can close this out. Then we can see if we can pull this up. Let's get GIMP. The GIMP's sleeping. Hey Nico, I am downloading the collection now. Handheld PC with extra power. All right, well, give it a shot. See if she goes. All right, GIMP is a good free program to deal with images. So it's an image manipulation program. And we can do this while it's doing its thing in the background. We'll have fun playing with GIMP. All right. So it's a lot like Photoshop, only it's free and open source. So it is a little bit different, but not that bad. Go to desktop. We're going to grab the splash screen. And it's going to open it up. We have a transparent background. This is, you know what we can do? Should we just start over from scratch? We can. Huh. Yeah, why not? We're gonna start over from scratch. We're gonna make a brand new splash screen. So if anybody wants to make a splash screen, we're gonna teach you how. Where's my eraser? That's the blur dodge. That's my healing tool. That's my eraser tool. And I want to make this brush really big because we're going to erase everything. Blink. Okay. And then the first thing I think we're going to do is we're going to put some text on here. So let's pick a text that's going to look good. So let's, what do we think? That's Tahoma bold. What kind of text would look good? Gothic. I want something bold. We might be able to pull up a wingding up here. Size is 64. So let's see what this is going to put up here. Okay, well, we can do something like that. That one is Q. All right. So let's let's make it a little bit darker. We can choose a color. Should we go with something blue? Nah, we'll go with something red. Gotta make it fire, baby. Whoa. A little darker. No, a little lighter. That's more orange. Orange. We can go all the way up here. We can go more pink, purple. I kind of like the purple. Let's go purple. Okay. And then we're going to go Q. How come it's... Oh, you're killing me. Changing the color. I was changing the color of the wrong thing. And your sprite blurple, and it fills your whole screen. Yeah. I kind of like the deep blurple. Kind of that color. And then we're going to use Q. That's nice. Okay, so now we're going to move that. I'm going to put it right at optical center here. And then I want to adjust that. So that is that layer we're dealing with there. And let's see if we can, I wonder if I can stretch this. Should be able to. Image, transform. That's rotating it, scaling it. Let's see if we can scale it. I need to make it wider. That's the image scale. This is the whole image though. I don't want to deal with the whole image. I only want to deal with that one cue. So we're going to distort it. And we're going to see if we can, wonder if we can spherize it. Give it some curve. And then I wonder if I can, that's not what I want to do. Filters. This thing's still going in the background, so we have time. Filters. Distort it. Why don't we give it some wind? No, not wind, waves. That's what I want to do. So let's, that's kind of interesting. That's not bad. So I want to, that's actually pretty cool. I want to transform that image and I want to rotate it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it all on one piece. I didn't want to flatten it. So edit, undo. I want to rotate it. I want to keep that transparent background. Where's the rotate canvas? Layer, view, no, colors, tools, filters, windows. Where are you going to give me rotate? Not waves. Image. Transform. Rotate. We want to go 90 degrees counterclockwise. All right, well, we're going to go a little bit differently. So I want to combine both of those, but I don't want to flatten it. I want to merge down. Okay. And then I want to select, I want to rectangle select. Free select? No. I want to rectangle select. I want to rectangle select just this. Actually, we want to crop it. Okay, now we want to scale that up so we can take a look at it. Image. Where's the free rotate? Arbitrary. So we're going to go Probably something like that. And then I want to scatter it a bit. Can I give it some bloom? That's not giving me any bloom. I might need to turn this neon. Where's the neon? I might be able to give it a gradient flare. Put a sun in it. We can do a classic. We can give it a bright star. Bright star is not bad. I need that to be bigger. Give it to me bigger. Give it to me bigger. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Kind of like that one. Hidden Planet. Let's do that. Grocery shop, take the dog out. I'm still working on the VRAM mod. It's still going. We're making a new splash screen while it's messing around. So I like that one. But I kind of want to drag it around. I don't know if I can move it. I don't want to do bloom. Part of it is off the screen though. All right. Not going with that. File, new. Do over. And we need to make our splash screen at 1920. Actually, you know what? I should make my splash screen at 3440 by 1440. Right? And then we should kill that. And then, unfortunately, this did not show up with a transparent background. So new, we need to make sure that it's a transparent background. And 3440 by 1440. Okay, there we go. So now we can do, screw it, we're just going to start with some text. And we don't want that color for the text. We want, let me get something a little more purpley. I like purple. I like turtles. And then we want to do text. We're doing not the wingdings. How about we do a nice bold, heavy italic? Sure, why not? And let's see how big that's going to be. Not big enough. So let's increase the size. Oh, no. Back to that. Okay, now it's back to 62. Why is it back to 62? Ah. You kidding me, Mike? How about something like 642? Oh, that makes it big. Oh, too big. Too big. It's too big. I don't like it when it's so big. So how about like 352? Still too big. How about 200? What's up? We're playing. I want to run this at about 150. That's a pretty good size. You think? Okay, let's we're gonna put that right at optical center. I don't know if people are familiar with optical center, but it's where your eye naturally goes. And it's like just above, like the center point would be right here, right? Optical center is slightly above the actual center. And it's where your eye naturally gravitates towards that area. So okay, let's start making this look badass, right? So we're gonna enhance it, and we're gonna do that by no. We're gonna emboss it. Increase the depth. That's good. And then we're going to, we want a drop shadow. Give me a drop shadow. And then we can mess with where the drop shadow is and how dark it is. That's pretty good. Now, what else do we have that'll be really good? We don't need noise. We could, this is where you can do some really funky things. Water pixels. Yeah, no, we're going to pass on the water pixels. Photocopy, soft glow is one that I like a lot. That kind of makes it pop. We can increase the glow radius. It'll kind of interfere with the drop shadow. All right, that's not bad. Then let's go back up here. Where was that? Was it under light and shadow? We're going to supernova it. And I don't want to do just that part of it. I want to do the whole thing. So I need to take this and I need to combine it with the background image. So we're going to go into layers and we're going to go into merge down. Now it's the whole thing. Then we can go back into filters and we can go back to our supernova. It should be light and shadow. All right. And then for this, definitely want it more purpley. A little bit darker. And we can move this to wherever we want. And I'm thinking about putting it somewhere about there. And increasing the radius. And I'm wondering if I should put it, I'd love to put it below. Or behind. So let's cancel this. We're going to create a new layer. And we're going to say new layer. And we want it to have a transparency. And say OK. And that new layer is behind our background image. So now we can do our filter, our distort, well, light and shadow, supernova. And it should be behind I wonder why it's not behind. Where'd it go? Probably we moved it before it was set, so let's bring it back. Increase our radius. Not too crazy. Let's move it up. We need to make that a little more purple. Let's decrease that radius just a little bit. So it's not too crazy. We can increase the number of spokes. Nah, I like less spokes. Shows up better. And we want to mess with random hue. But not too much. I want to maintain most of the purple. So maybe something like 3 or 2. That's not bad. A little less opaque. A little more random hue. And a little more radius. Let's make it a lot less opaque. So it'll end up behind. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, I kind of like where it's cutting through the letters. That's pretty cool. Not a big fan of dissolve. Behind, I am a big fan of. Sunshine is dangerous. Sugar can be poisoned. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. We need to go a little bit darker on the color. And a little more purpley. I can dig it. Maybe a little less on the opacity. Show a little more of the Nico experience showing through. Increase our radius a little bit. Too much. Can you dig it? Oh, wow. It's still going. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. How long have we been streaming? 2 hours and 47 minutes, and it's still going. Oh, my God. All right. What is it working on now? Still doing the normal maps. That's freaking insane. So if you're going to run this, don't do it for your Dynalot files. Okay? Are we going to add another one? Oh, we could. Give it a blue center. Yeah, it's still working on it. So we're just giving it a darker center. I don't know, I kind of like it. That little white and the blue. Oh, that's not bad. Not bad. Let's combine that. File, export, PNG, desktop, splash, export. Four minutes. Yeah, if I guess he's not doing all the Dynalod files. All right, so there's our new splash screen. Yeah, literally, it's still going. That's our new splash screen. It's got a transparent background though, so when it shows up, it'll be over whatever your background is. Well, now we got to drop that back into the game. Windows, Wabbajack, MO2. What's nice about this is you can just dump it right into your MO2 folder and it'll play when it starts up. I don't know how long this thing's going to take. What else can we mess with? Should we change this icon? Properties. So that's the target. Change icon. Let's browse. Where would I have put that? Probably in my play drive. Do I have Star Wars icons in here? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go here. Let's see if I can find. It's working on it. I'm trying to find the Star Wars icons I have. We're going to change the MO2 icon to a Star Wars icon. Why? Because I can. I've got some nice ones. Like I changed this one. So if I go into properties, custom size, it's not giving me the icon there though. I just don't remember where I put that. I might have put them in extra storage. We can check there. Icons. Nice. Found them. Okay, so what icon should we give to MO2? Babylon 5? Yeah, it's still going. Yours is still going too? Wow. Luke. I am your father. Jedi Master Arrow Cursor. We could make it the Death Star. Bum, 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 bum. These are higher quality icons here, though. Can make it Django. Should we make it the Stormtrooper? So these are in extra storage icons. Okay, so we want to change that. Browse, extra storage, icons, icons, that one. Okay. Apply. Okay. So we just made it a Stormtrooper. What's up, John? Darth Maul's lightsabers, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon Jinn's. What other icons we have here? Bunch of Star Wars icons. Oh, Trench Run. That would be a good one. Why don't we change it to that? Properties, icon, browse, icons, Trench Run. I kind of dig that one. So that's pretty small. Why don't we make that one bigger? So let's grab that. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it over here. That's a pretty small icon. We're messing with, we're waiting on this thing to finish. It's still working on the normal maps. So, and it's still doing Dynalod folder file stuff, which is crazy. All right, let's go back into here. We need to make this icon bigger. So we're going to go back into GIMP. You can do it, GIMP. I know that I'm asking you to do a lot, computer. But you can do it. Okay. File, open, desktop, Trench Run. Yeah, that's tiny. He's so tiny. Oh my gosh. We zoomed in a little far. Oh my gosh. That is the most pixelated looking piece of garbage I've seen. So, Well, we don't want to make it that big because it's going to lose resolution. We could probably throw a filter on this and we can clean it up. So let's go into, we might be able to sharpen the image. We can reduce the noise. Not that great. Let's sharpen it. I almost don't want to sharpen it. I almost want to blur it. Why don't we grab our blur tool? What size is this? Oh, it's huge. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, 6 pixels is still too big. How about 3? Let's smooth it out a little bit, baby. Gonna smooth. Gonna be a smooth operator. And then we can probably sharpen the image once we smooth it. So yeah, we're throwing a little blur in here. Get rid of the aliased edges. That looks a little better. All right, now we need to sharpen the image. Let's take this aliased edge out here. All right, so let's make this a little bit smaller and see what it's going to look like at about this size. Okay, that's not bad. Yours is already done for the Wabbajack. Well, do you have all of the... Mine's still working on all of the LOD files. It's still working on LOD. That's not bad for an icon. So let's go to image, and let's go to image size. Scale the image up. Right now it's 48 by 48. How about we make it, let's increase the resolution. Can increase the resolution to something like 256. Okay, that's pretty good. Then we can increase the size to something like 128. Say scale it. Let's file. I wonder if we can sharpen that even more. That's not bad. Let's go. File, export. That one. Replace. TIE Fighter Bomber Imperial, that's right. So we just increased its size and enhanced it. So that's not a bad icon, right? So, because that one was too small. So this one we're going to change the icon. I want to put that back in a folder somewhere. So let's open this up, this up. That was an extra storage, right? Icons, icons. And let's dump that in there. Not bad. We can delete that one. And we can choose the one we just made and apply it and say OK. It didn't make it any bigger. Why didn't it make it any bigger? Yeah, it didn't make it any bigger. Okay, we did all that for nothing. Yeah, this is taking an awful long time, peoples. Sorry for the boring stream. I'm just finding fun little things to do to keep myself entertained. Let's look at that splash screen again, huh? Splash. Not bad. It's blurple. So you get to see that every time you start up every time you start it up. It's scared of the X-Wing? Yeah, it's hiding. Well, we can try a different one. Properties. What about advanced? No, we want to just change the icon. Browse. And give it R2-D2. See, he's tiny too. I wonder why he's so tiny. Make him Darth Vader. I got Darth Vader over here. He's my recycle bin when it's full. I wonder if any of these other icons are any bigger. We've got the Naboo ship. Princess Amidala ship. Yeah, it's tiny too. It doesn't matter. It always stays that size. I mean, the Wabbajack one gets bigger. I wonder why the Wabbajack one is tied to the size. Oh, these are just icons I picked up for free a long time ago. And just put in a folder in my drive, right? And I'm like, okay, so I've got all these things. I think we've got C-3PO's head, recycle bin. Clone Wars. See, these are all small. The larger ones, we got Yoda. Where'd it come from? Said run, 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 jump. I could be a backpack while you run. Swing from a hairy vine. I can be a backpack while you climb. I love to groove and boogie. Show you some dance moves. If I had your giant feet out there on the beach, I could have outrun those birds. What would be a good one? We got all the clones. So this is 128 by 128. This is 128 by 128. That might be the problem. We may need to go larger. What are these? 72 by 72. These are much smaller icons. 32 by 32. 32 by 32. Yeah, they're going to lose resolution if I blow them up. This one was originally 48 by 48. We made it 128 by 128. So let's choose that one. That's the small one. Yeah, it stays pretty small. I think it might be because the resolution of my screen is, 3440 by 1440. I think on a 1080p screen it would be bigger. I can't believe this thing's still running. And it's still doing just the normal maps. And it's still working on. So what did it say about quitting? Escape? Nope, that ain't it. Oh, that ain't it. That one's it. Tools executables from the pull down menu ammo 2. New file, locate, bat. All right, well, this is, I'm sorry it's such a boring stream. Finish the same download, John. It helps a lot. My frame stay at least 48. Nice. Anyhow, this is what we're messing with. But I have a lot of files, it seems. It says it's got 3,800 files left to go. but it says it's processed 92,000 files already. So it says hold escape to stop. I don't know. We've been doing this for 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 42 seconds. It skipped 2 files. It's using 15 threads. There's a total of 96,260 files. What's up, Jag? And it's at 92,000. It's almost at 93,000 files processed out of 96. There's about 3,000 more files left to go. Jagalicious, yes. So, I don't know. Should I just let it process the last 3,000 files? Yeah, I should. But this is just the normal maps. Now, it's got diffuse maps, normal maps, and parallax. So if it's going to do another 2.5 hours, I'm going to stop it. You know, that's crazy. That's like having a video game that takes 200 gigabytes. It's just crazy. Why would anyone do that? I remember when Fusher first started releasing textures, and they were all separate, right? They weren't packaged. And people would spend... what we're doing, Jag, is we're running this. This is called Paraphernalia VRAM R. And what it does is it resizes all of your textures to either 1K or 2K, depending on what you choose, either quality or performance, right? And supposed to gain you back some VRAM. I'm doing it with the Wabbajack right now. Bend over with a download. Yeah, I'm doing it with the Wabbajack right now to try and get the VRAM usage down so people don't need a 3090 or a 4090 to run my Wabbajack. You know, if I can get the VRAM usage down to 12 gigs or less, that opens the door for a lot more graphics cards. A lot more people would be able to play the Nico experience. And we made a new splash screen. You're into all of that stuff. I'll show it to you. So we took a little time and we made a new splash screen for the Wabbajack. And it looked like this. So that's our new splash screen that'll come up when anybody starts the Nico experience. It won't say Mod Organizer 2. It'll say the Nico experience. And so that was just a splash screen I made up. And then we were messing with changing the icon on the Mod Organizer shortcut. We made it a little TIE fighter. So that's all we're doing. We were playing the game, but that got superseded. Somebody came in here and said, there's, you know, you got to get this, man. So you know what's neat about my recycle bin? It's Darth Vader when it's full, but when I empty it, it's a stormtrooper. Yeah, so far it's been running 2 hours and 19 minutes. And it's still going. But looking at the number of files, it's only got 700 more files left to go. So it's almost done. And then we can jump back in game and see what it actually did. Was it worth it? But I think it said it has 3 sections. It's doing, right now it's doing normal maps. If it's, you know, if it's going to run for 6 hours, now I'm not going to stream 6 hours of this garbage. I'll do it off stream. Although there's 16 people in here watching, so I guess there is some interest. Or they just like watching me make the splash screen. Holy mole. Holy frijoles. Okay, we're down to 200 files left. Dun, 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 dun. 150. And the countdown's happening. We're down to 100 files left to go. Come on, baby, you can do it. 30 or 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Successfully processed. 96,258 files in 2 hours and 21 minutes. Unprocessed textures 2. Wow. So it says complete. Some textures not processed. See text log. For 2 FPS gain. I wonder why it's stuck here. It says it's successfully processed. Let's go back to the mod page and see what it says when it says, hey, you're done. Does that mean I just close it out? Nico, this is my best stream ever. It's the best stream ever. Well, you get to check out little tools I have like this. This is kind of a neat little tool. It's called Mouse Extender. You can still find it, but I've been using it since. So instead of having a bunch of icons on my desktop, I put them all on this mouse extender. So if I hit Control and my middle mouse button, it'll pull it up. And then I've got different pages here. So these are all applications. These are all modding tools. These are all benchmark tools. So I broke it up like that, and then these are all games. And so it makes it really easy for me to find the shortcuts to start anything, which is really cool. So I recommend it. It's called Mouse Extender, and it works on Windows 10. It was originally made for Windows 7. Didn't have to watch Biggie's video. Well, it was only a 4-minute video. I mean, I might have been better to watch that first. Dog, are you whining at me because you need to go outside? You're licking my hand. I take that as a yes. So I need to let my dog out because she's wearing a diaper. But we're going to take a look at this. Do a little bit of reading right here and tell me. Maybe it's in the posts. User reported their antivirus and or overlay software that causes the mod to fail, unexpected error alerts, yada, yada, yada. Can you show your appreciation for enjoying? Create a run link. Virtual file system exposes all your mods. Yeah. All right. What about when you're done? Does this optimize loads? Yes. Oh, yeah, I watched it do it. Shiny. Okay, it won't mess with the alpha channel. They have mid maps. All right, I don't know. I gotta let my dog out, but let me know in the comments, anybody who's run this, when it gets to this says successfully processed, how do I shut this down without causing a problem? Because I don't, it said don't hit the X in the corner. Should be able to hit enter. Optimizing specific, okay, now, oh, yeah. All right, what's this doing? 993 textures. Oh, it says it's starting? You got to be kidding me. I'll be back. Oh, biggest video will tell me? 7-zip, so you should be able to exit. Well, what I did was I just, I did not hit the little X in the corner, and I just hit the enter button, right? Because it said if you just keep hitting enter, it'll do what it needs to do, and that's what it's doing. It's 660 files through 993, and the files that it's doing right now are just DDS. But it's doing like Daedrith, fins, rabbit, hair, flower, horns, trunk, clan fear. So it's doing diffuse textures. If you're going to do that, I would say, Jason, this is for Jason, I would run well, if you're on 1.5.97, run grass cache first. Okay, if you're not doing a grass cache, run xloadgen first, and check out, here, I'll show you this. This is actually really good information that I should share with everybody. So we're going to open another window, and we're going to look up recommended xloadgen settings, step modifications. Okay, so that's what we're going to look up. And so you've got a guide here on xloadgen terrain settings, and I will post this. I want to go all the way to the end. So we're going all the way to the end. I'm taxing out my poor little processors, hating life. Okay, and it's not on the last page, but it's on the page before last, on page 5. This is what you want right here. So it's on page 5. Let me put this link up there, and I'll show you why you want this. We're going to click on the first one. So you can see this is terrain load, but it's, can I zoom in on this? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. But this is, it's giving you the settings you need to set at for LOD 4, for LOD 8, and they're different, okay? LOD 16 and LOD 32. So make sure that all of your numbers match what's here. Now you're running the 92,000 files. Yeah, it's going to take a couple hours, bro. At least that's what it took me. So anyhow, those are the settings you want. These are off step modifications, right? And this is W. W is an administrator here, but also the person that made Beth and I. So they know quite a bit about LOD settings. I trust them. These are the ones I use. Okay? And there's comparisons here of what it looks like looking down. And these people went through and they found the best settings for distant LOD. So we're up at High Hrothgar looking down on, I'm guessing this is, okay, that's not Whiterun. We're looking the other way because this is it's a hot spring area. And then Iverstead and Riften would be over here to the far right. But yeah, they went through and they found all the best settings for you already. Okay, this says successfully processed 993. So we'll go back up here and we'll press enter. Okay, it says 28%. I don't know, do I have to hit enter down here? And then hit enter up here? Yeah, okay. So there's 366. The database entry is 79,000. Press enter to continue. Hopefully there's only 300 and... So this is the last part. These should be... Okay, it's recompressing all of this. So I guess it's recompressing them back into BSA files? I don't know. It says aligning and recompressing. Do I know what that means? Not really. Need to choose one of them? No, you need to do all of them, Jason. When you're there, go to the top box and then click on it, and there's a little arrow by it. Must I do the grass cache, then Xlogen, then TextGen, and timeline? Yes, if you want to have a grass cache, that's exactly how you do it. Grass cache first, Xlogen second, TextGen third, Dynalod fourth. Okie doke. Successfully processed 366 files. Nice. So now we hit enter here. And it says cleaning up, please wait. Oh my gosh, it's almost done. I'm so excited. I know, put that away, you're scaring the women. Okay. Is that a roll of dimes in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? You're 28th in the queue. Please wait. All right, well, we can probably close this out. We don't need that anymore. Look at the beautiful picture of the moon here. I wonder why that's not changing. Do I have another background image? No. I only have one background image. Well, that's not right. Personalize. $85,000 left. Woohoo! So I have screenshots for my slideshow. Let's go. We want to browse. Browse. I need to browse. Let's go to Wabbajack Z. Here, screenshots. Choose it. Close it. Oh. There's Rin. So now we have pictures of Rin. Yeah, that's how you run a grass cache. You need no grass in objects. What version of the game are you on? Yeah, the NetScript framework is required. Grass cache fixes, yes. And that you would have to be on 1.5.97. She got that sassy look with her arm on the hip. I like this armor a lot. I mean, it looks nice without being like bikini armor, right? I mean, it's like lace-up bodice. It's got some metal on it, so she's going to get some kind of protection out of it. You know, it is an armor. Okay, if you're on 1.5.97, yeah, definitely get the .NET Script framework. It'll help you out with crash logs too. Automatically produces them. But then you can get no grass and objects and get there's a plugin that's made specifically for Mod Organizer. You're going to dump in your MO2 folder. Well, I think it's in MO2. Let me look that up for you really quick. Give me a sec. I think it goes in Tools. But it should be in here. Does it go in? It goes into plugins, I think. And it's, yeah, grass precacher.py. That's the file you're looking for. And you want to dump that right into your plugins folder in your MO2 installation. And then from your MO2, if you go to Tools, you can click on the precache grass and it'll take it from there. And then you got to wait because it takes a couple hours to precache your grass. Well, depending. But yeah, that's where it's located. We're going to shut that off. So it's cleaning up still. Wonder how much it filled up. It filled up some. I'd love to get rid of that. That's left over from Zone Alarm. How big is this Wabbajack installation anyway? Let's find out. Because this is version 1.6, which is the latest version that I uploaded. Wait, hours? Yeah, hours. You can press the I think it's called title key or tilde key. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the one that opens up the console, you can open up the console and you can see what files it's going through. A patch or nah. No Grass and Objects is a mod. So you would install it like a mod, but you need the .NET Script framework installed first. And it doesn't, I mean, it's got an INI file, so read the mod page because you want to go through that INI file and set things the way you want. I recommend on the very, very bottom of that INI file to set it to number 1, not number 2. Because that depends on how you're going to run Dynalod. And what you want is you want billboards in the distance. You don't want full models rendered out as far as you can see because that's going to kill your frame rate. So those are the two choices. But it'll tell you, if you read, it'll tell you which one to do. Okay, what's it doing here? Textures. Add new data to archive. 2,712 folders. 97,604 files. 33 gigabytes. What? You're killing me. So the Wabbajack installation is 398 gigabytes. $441,212 files in 17,926 folders. Who would have ever thought I would be using that much space, 400 gigabytes, for one game? How big's just the downloads folder? The downloads folder is only 106 gigabytes. The MO2 folder is everything else. I'm not going to let it count up. Yeah, I ran four different trials. I don't know if I use either one of those. Talk to Shot on that. Shot may have a better idea of which ones to use. He said something about GrassCast fixes. Yeah, this is 8.68 gigabytes, the Wabbajack folder. And Biggie was telling me that's still too big. But when I think about, you know, just the game, base stock game, and I can look at that. This is my base stock game downloaded from Steam. And the size of that is 14.9 gigabytes. So the game by itself is almost 15 gigs. And my Wabbajack is about 8.5, a little bit over 8.5 gigs. So I don't think that's too bad, considering it's including the stock folder. Shot says he uses GrassCast fixes. Because this stock game folder is 14.8 gigabytes. So it's downloading files. It has to be downloading files, or using ones from your Skyrim installation as it installs, because the Wabbajack isn't even that big. You know, the stock game folder is bigger than the Wabbajack is. It says building VRAM R output mod. So now it's making a mod of the output that it created. It says it's 15% done. Only 15%? It says 5,097 files, I guess, out of 97,000 files. That's crazy. And it's using 7-zip. Basically, it's 7-zipping up 33 gigabytes into a mod. So it shouldn't take too long. I mean, some of my I think my Dynalod zipped up is 17 gigs, my Dynalod output. But I think my Xlogen output is much bigger than that. That might be about 30. So this will take a minute to install too once it's done. But yeah, if I'm installing this as a mod, I'm going to have to upload this somewhere. That's crazy. Because I mean, I guess that would be part of the, if you want a performance version of the Wabbajack, you're going to need to download this zipped file and install it like a mod, because it's going to overwrite all the textures. I don't want to include it. I mean, it won't be included in the Wabbajack. It's going to have to be external, because it's thinking 33 gigabytes. Yeah, the Wabbajack's only 41 gigs. Yeah, nothing. Let's go get yourself a 1 terabyte SATA drive and have at it, right? SSD, here you go. Put it on an M.2. I've only got 2 M.2 slots on my motherboard. And unfortunately, I went with 1 terabyte drives in each one. So I only have 2 terabytes that are on M.2. Although what I'm running the game from right now is an 8 terabyte SATA drive from Samsung. And I've partitioned that. Actually, wait, no. The one that I was actually running for this stream, at the beginning of this stream, is on an M.2, because that's where my operating system is. It's off the C drive. But I have run one off of the SATA drive, and it runs pretty good even off a SATA drive. The data transfer is still acceptable. So we are 30% done. $31. Where'd it come from? All right, I need some entertainment. I need some entertainment. Elvis. Elvis doing Highway to Hell? Yeah, I don't buy into that. How about we go oh my God.
Penny for your thoughts.
I love this.
I hate Brenda, and a bad guy hit me in the shin, and I peed all in my pants.
Nothing a little music can't help.
All right, we're totally watching this. I know they're gonna flag me, but I don't care. I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter.
The seagulls poking my head, not fun. I said seagulls. Stop it now. Said seagulls gonna come, poke me in the coconut, and they did. And they did. And me going like, ah.
In the neck with a hacky sack. Where'd it come from?
Now run, 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 jump. I can be a backpack while you run. Run, 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 jump, and stop. Put
Now
me
breathe.
down. I love to groove and boogie. Yeah.
Great.
Show you some dance moves.
No, I don't want you to.
If I had your giant feet out there on the beach, could have outrun those birds.
You're a psycho wiener.
Let me grab my beater.
This is just way too funny.
Come on, man, quit that banging.
Hey, what's that stank?
You put a fish in our basket.
Oh, yeah. I forgot I did that.
You owe me an apology.
Just hold your breath and see when the time is right. Birds will back your face. Now run, 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 jump. I can be a backpack while you run. Swing from a hairy vine. I can be a backpack while you climb. Stand on one hand and lift. Rocks with your special gift. Run, 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 jump. Now breathe.
Grass cache normally and go into game for the gen. No, you're gonna generate it from.
And I found this big log. Then I rolled the log over.
Hold on a second. You're gonna generate it from MO2. The grass cache gets generated from MO2, but make sure you have the settings correct in the INI file. So if we go to, let's go to the Wabbajack install. I'll take a look at it in here, right? And we go to MO2, and we go to mods, and I scroll down here to grass cache. Well, no grass and objects. So NO camera, crime, dogs, drink, no grass and objects. Okay, so in here, you're going to have a text file. This is the one you're concerning yourself with. And you need to make sure this is set up right. Right? So I've got raycast true. Raycast height is 150. So I didn't change a lot of these. The ones that you really want to make sure the raycasting is turned on. Super dense grass is turned off. Use grass cache is set to true. Extend grass distance set to true. These are the important ones. Use grass cache, important. Extend grass distance, important. Extend grass count, important, true also. Okay, so this I set to 15 because I'm using Folkvanger. I have 15 different types of grass. I leave these where they're at 6,000, 3,000. I set my grass size at 65. You ain't never met another streamer like me. That's right. I'm a little bit unique. Now, global grass scale, I set to 1.1. So my grass is going to be 1/10 taller than everybody else's grass. It's genetics. I'm sorry. But I recommend setting this to 1.1 or at least 1.05. It helps fill things in. If you're running a grass density of 65, make all your grass, so they're going to be less dense, which will be more performance friendly, right? But then make your grasses a little bit larger so it fills in the space. Does that make sense? You're rendering less amounts of grass, but each one you render is slightly larger. So no more polygons, no more larger textures, right? That's not it. It'll look larger, it'll fill in space better. That's a little trick I learned from Vactrol. If you ever go into Chanterelle, you'll notice that all the grasses are much larger. And that's how Vactrol did it and kept the VRAM usage down to about 8 gigabytes, was he made the grass more sparse, spaced further apart, but he made each grass clump bigger so it filled in the space. And that makes it more performance friendly. So that's why I recommend doing that. Only load from cache, true. That's important also. There is it's a script that you can get for SSE edit that will generate this, which is only, it'll list every single world space that has grass. Okay? And then only pre-generate world spaces and copy paste that in here. So I guess before you run grass cache, start up SSE edit and run that script. You might have to look for the script, but it's a script that you can run from SSE edit to show you world spaces that have grass. Okay, and then this is the really important one, Dynalod mode down at the bottom. Dynalod grass mode, set that to 1. That way it'll use billboards in the distance. It'll use full models within the 5 U-grids to load. It's much more performance friendly than using 2, version 2, right? Version 0 is no grass. All right, version 1 is billboards. Version 2 is full grass out to a further distance, which is much more demanding on your hardware, i.e. lower frame rate. Gotcha? Okay. So set that to 1. New YouTube badges? They're bows. Cool. I like bows. But yeah, that's what you want to make sure you have set before you run grass cache. Who is that? Have you ever seen this guy? Oh my God. I love this guy. It's like, is he even human? So he's playing percussion, bass, rhythm, and lead, all on one 3-neck guitar. Talk about a one-man band. It's a great cover of Chili Peppers too. Maybe you should wait until tomorrow, Jason. I want to see this guy in concert. I think he's Italian. He speaks Italian. The O'Keefe Foundation do Tool? No. He does one, he does another cover. I'll find it after this one. I gotta listen to this one though. We're staying entertained. So yeah, go check out Luca. A lot of great music. I couldn't keep all that straight in my head to play that. He actually, it's only a 2-neck guitar. The bass neck down at the bottom is removable. Salt and pepper. I think this guy he lives with a guitar. Awesome. I want to find Black Hole. Where's the one he does?
At the East Oakland Youth Development Center, we don't just see our young people as the leaders of the future.
Just stop. Snow is a good one, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I'll find it. Where are you at, Luca? All right. Let's go up here. Looking for a specific one. It's a good song, too. But he's got a lot of music up here. There it is. Well, I can carry a tune, but I'm nowhere near what Luca can do. SFX, SWFT, RX 6600. I don't know much about AMD graphics cards, so I would Google that and look at reviews on people who are modding the game with that card and read what they have to say, see what they're able to do. I love this tune too. Great Muse tune. But if you listen, he's playing the rhythm, he's playing the lead, he's playing the percussion, and the bass line. Wow. And all of that one guitar, because there's the bass line and the rhythm and percussion. I never watched Twilight. I like the song though. I'm a monster, Bella. Very talented. So go check him out. This is Luca. So we're 87% done, 88% done. But it's interesting that we can, yeah, the playing is phenomenal. I can see why he's got 1.7 million views. I think half of those are me. Awesome. Awesome, Luca. Thank you. Yeah, he's got a lot of videos up there. I suggest you go check him out. Just really, really talented. I mean, the fact that he's like hammer on, pull off the rhythm while he's picking the lead, while he's thumping the percussion and the bass line, you know, all at the same time on one guitar. That's like mind blown. All right, we are 92% done. We're almost there. We're almost there. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. What's that train horn I hear? Yeah, the light at the end of the tunnel is generally a train heading right for you. Just saying. So this is going to create... So it's packing it right now. It's building the output. VRAM R output mod. That's what it says it's doing. Get into this reaction content stuff. What, watching me react to this thing doing its thing? I don't know. I'm just sitting here, you know, hanging out, bullshitting. So, and trying to help people and, you know, trying to help my game. And I'm hoping that this won't bloat the snot out of the Wabbajack. I think this will probably have to be uploaded separately. But it shouldn't be a problem. Even at 33 gigabytes. I mean, packaged, it'll probably be smaller. We're at 96% right now, 97,129. It's doing the Fulmer bow. It's a beefy prime rib mob list. No, we've already decided that the smoked brisket is better than the prime rib. So it was a consensus among the viewers So it's a beefy smoked brisket mod list. Yes. I'm sure Irishot will back me up on that one. Having smoked many prime ribs and briskets in his day. Okay, everybody get up and do, I want to see some jumping jacks, and you better put your hands all the way over your head. Got to stay in shape, got to keep that blood flowing. Burpees, come on, give me 20 burpees. What happens if you do X load gen and grass cache? Nothing. Nothing. You can do X load gen first. Okay, X load gen is only going to do the terrain. So distant mountains and rocks. Press any key to continue. VRAM R will now exit. Okay. No, it'll be fine. You can do X load gen before you do grass cache. Just don't do text gen until you do the grass cache. And don't do Dynalod until you have a grass cache. Otherwise you won't get grass. All right, so where did it put it? Did it put it in the Windows drive? Sure did. VRAM R output, 7-zip. It's only 10 gigabytes. I can upload that. T-bone steak, medium rare. Oh, with this cheese sauce, nice. Yeah, you must have misunderread it. I have a problem with misunderhearing things all the time. All right, so we have it right there. That means we need to start this up. An instance of mod organizer is already running. Well, what do you know about that? It certainly is. Let's close that. So this is the anti-flicker all-in-one. Why don't we install that? And we need to put that above all of our lighting mods. Right? It already installed it for me. Do you see that? Paraphernalia, VRAM R. If I look at it in Explorer, textures is empty. And VRAM R says tools. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, so this is just the mod. So I'm guessing this mod, I should probably put both of these. Let's put both of these way up high in the load order. What do you think about that? Send to separator, modders resources. Well, this is, okay. We'll put them both there. This is a modder's resource. Send to separator, modder's resource. Okay. Okay. And then this one needs to be above lighting. So we're going to send that to a separator somewhere above lighting. Well, we could send it to bug fixes. That's a good spot for it. Okay. We'll put that in bug fixes. Okay, cool. So now we need to install a mod. And we need to look for in our C drive and in this thing, this output. This is going to take a minute. Hypnotized by a piece of food. Smoked brisket. Oh. A little piece of drool coming out of the side of the mouth. I don't prefer to call anybody stupid or dumb, okay? I prefer to call them ignorant. Because the thing about ignorance is I am ignorant of a great many things in this life, okay? I'm not stupid and I'm not dumb, but I am ignorant of a great many things. The great thing about being ignorant of stuff and admitting you're ignorant about it is you can learn. And then you're no longer ignorant on that subject. But there will always be subjects that you could learn more about. So I like to put it that way rather than, because you should never really put yourself down. Your body doesn't know the difference. Your brain doesn't know the difference. So if you talk bad about yourself, you'll start believing it. Your body will start believing it. But if you talk about it in a way that, okay, I don't know this yet, but I can learn it. Ignorance rather than stupidity. You'll be much better off. So that's what I recommend. And every day, I'm 55 years old and I still learn new stuff every day. Like I've never done this before. This is brand new. Today's a good day. I've learned something new. Woohoo! You know, and any day I can learn to do more things. Like I'd never done a Wabbajack before. I had no idea where to start. And the first ones I made, yeah, I had no idea what I was doing. I must have watched that thing compile files hundreds of times and fail. And I did more reading and I did more research and I looked things up and I looked at Reddit posts and I looked, you know, and I found the answers I was looking for and how to solve the issues I was having till I could finally get a successful Wabbajack. And now I'm trying to, okay, so it was 20 gigabytes. That's freaking huge. So now I'm trying to cull it down as much as I can and optimize it and compress it. And also doing this right now, trying to make it work with lower amounts of VRAM. So I'm still learning. And I will continue to learn until the day I die. Because there is still much I am very ignorant of in this world. Like I've never done brain surgery. So rocket science, yeah, that's way beyond me right now. But that means I can learn more stuff in the future, right? So that's the way I look at it. And rocket surgery, yeah, that's way, way beyond me right now. Just don't cut the red one. Don't cut the red one. I've never defused a bomb. I don't really want to. That sounds a little scary. So that has nothing to do with being stupid or ignorant. It has to do with being, to wanting to stay alive. It's self-preservation kicking in there. Nah, I don't think I'm going to defuse bombs. I think I'll skip on that one. I don't need to learn that skill. All right, we're almost there. We're at 97%. That's a lot of files. Reality is that we learn something in every day, no matter what. Okay. Well, there are, you know, if you don't ever get out and you don't ever bother to look up things you don't know, then you're not going to learn. So it does take a little bit of effort on your part. Boy, look at what that overwrites. See everything that's green? That is everything that is getting overwritten by that file we just created. Is that crazy? I think we need to dump it after all of this. That goes all the way at the bottom. So if it were just mustard and ketchup wires, I think I could defuse a bomb. I'm 67% certain of it. I would want a little more certainty than that, personally. Okay, so that's just texture files that didn't add an ESP that I know of. Oh, it did add an ESP. Well, that means we got to sort it. That's going to take a minute. This is the slowest version of loot ever. But I don't have this instance of MO2 hooked up to use the full version of loot in my executables. See, if I was going to make a bomb, I don't think I would color code the wiring. I think I would make all the wires the same color. That way it would make it more difficult to defuse. I'm sorry, am I thinking like a terrorist? That's bad. I would never make a bomb. Not my gig. Although in the 7th grade, they taught us how to make gunpowder. My science teacher taught us how to make gunpowder in the 7th grade. They don't do that in schools anymore, right? And then not only did we make our own gunpowder, but we got to wrap it up in like a paper and tape with a fuse and take them out on the blacktop and light them off. And I did mine like, you know the little footballs you used to make out of paper? Little triangular football, right? I made mine like that and wrapped it up. And then when I lit it off, it blew all 3 of the corners out and it spun like a spinner. But a couple people wrapped it tight enough that it actually exploded. You know, made like a firecracker. So that was fun. That was a great teacher. His name was Mr. Harris. And he was probably the most fun science teacher I ever had. And he was in the 7th grade. And he had a static electricity generator. You don't think you'll show this trick to your brother. All right. Landmines and grenades, all bombs. The only thing that make it go off is a fuse to make the spark. Need to remove that. Well, if you're going to defuse a grenade, yeah, there is the handle lights the fuse when the handle flies off. Gonna make gunpowder, but we did work with extremely corrosive acid. Grade school. Burned a hole through the floor. That's okay. That's funny. I wonder who got to pay for that one. Taxpayers. Why are there holes in the floor? Okay, we didn't work with that. But I was getting back to the static electricity generator. Basically, it's like a metal ball and it had a belt that ran on a motor, and it would generate static electricity so much that if you got close to it, like within 5 feet, it would send like a bolt of electricity between it and you. And that hurt. Getting hit with that hurt. But it would also light up. This is where I learned about fluorescent lighting. The fluorescent lighting actually changes between being on and off. It cycles, right? And it's white and yellow light mixed, because he took a fluorescent bulb close to this static electricity generator and he swung it. And you could see, white, yellow, white, yellow, white, yellow, white, yellow, white, yellow. You could see it cycling. Put a rug and a bookshelf over it. Okay. That's it. It never happened. Cut steel. That's all right. So this is done. Should be done. Yeah, it's done. Okay. We're not doing that again. We are doing this. All right. Hold on to your butts. Let's give it a try. We'll see what the VRAM usage is. So I need to turn off display capture. So you guys are going to have a black screen for a couple of minutes till the game starts up. And we'll see if this VRAM R program helps out the VRAM. We were using about 18 gigs worth of VRAM. So I would love to see it down below 12. That would be great. And then we also have to look at the textures and see, can we tell the difference? But yeah, if it lowers the VRAM usage, I will upload that to my Google Drive, and I will link it for anybody that's Skyrim challenge, play vanilla. Pfft, no. Why would I want to do that? I'd be like, my eyes are burning, my eyes are burning. I would take one look at Delphine and go, oh, sorry. Yeah, not happening. Not going to do it. I do have a completely vanilla version of the game that I could actually start up and run from Steam without a single mod in it. No EMB, no Reshade, no mods, no nothing. Completely stock version of the game. Directly downloaded from Steam. Could even launch it from Steam. Do you want your eyes to burn? We could do that. No, I think I'd rather just play this instance once it starts up. Can't believe I used to think vanilla was the pinnacle of video game graphics. Well, things always improve. I remember the first time I played Morrowind in 2004, 20 years ago. First time I played Morrowind. And I looked at that game and I said, wow. Why the black screen? We're waiting for the game to start up. So now you should see EMB series in the top left corner. And then you should see the spinning logo here pretty soon. But run, yes, sees Delphine Vanilla runs for the hills. The swamp thing's alive. So yeah, the screen was black because the game was starting up. So you should see a logo now. At least I think you should. I don't know what the lag is like from here to YouTube. But I see a logo. Now it's spinning. Anyhow, back to Morrowind. I remember looking at Morrowind, and you have to remember that the only video games I played before playing Morrowind were like on the Sega Genesis. You know, 16-bit graphics. Yeah, 16-bit graphics. And before that, it was on an Atari 2600, 8-bit graphics. It's Smell Fiend. No, it's Dope Fiend. So yeah, going from that to Morrowind was a mind blower. And even with their like claw hands, right? And the stupid just keep hacking at it until it dies attacks, right? And I look back on that and I was thinking that was so great, right? And then Oblivion comes out and I'm like, wow. And then Skyrim comes out, wow again. And then from there, you know, MCO Combat and all the mods, E&B, blows my mind. And what people have done with character creation, you know. You were 4? Older brother had it downloaded. 60,000. Whee! Commodore 64. I remember the Commodore 64. I had a Texas Instruments 99. Do you remember Radio Shack and the TI 99? That was our first computer. Everything ran from a cassette tape. So you'd hear like the why are you all wet, dog? Were you outside? You were outside. I got to deal with the dog. Hold on. Okay. You're going to say hi to everybody? Say hi to everybody. Okay. You're a good dog. You're a good dog. All right. Get down. I'm sure her diaper is full. Let me go deal with that really quick. We're just going to hang out right here and let you guys appreciate Rin in the marketplace for a little while. I'll be right back.
Are you still working at the Bannered Mare in the evenings, Ulfina? And why shouldn't I? Just because I'm a Greymane doesn't mean I can't earn my own keep. I didn't mean... I'm sorry I asked.
Sorry about that, peoples. I didn't say to zip or anything, just says completed. First play game, it will bypass streamers, floppy drives, small floppy. Yep. We'll make a new mod out of it. So right now we're pulling 14 gigs worth of VRAM.
Yeah?
Someone's been pilfering crops from my farm. If I find out it's one of your kin, I'll see the culprit rot in prison.
Honor is important to you, but we can't afford it.
Hello, friend.
I'd like to train in one-handed weapons.
I can teach you a few things.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of money. We need more money. But we'll train as much as we can.
It took me weeks to find that. You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Your wife seems very upset.
My wife's a good woman. She can be a little hard-headed sometimes, but I love her just the same.
What were you two arguing about?
My
Now
sapper
below
doesn't
12,
like that I've
but
been
way
spending so
lower
much
than
time looking
before.
for my father's old sword.
Yeah,
He fed his entire family with the
14
gold he made
gigs.
using that weapon. I'm not
Right
about to let
now,
it gather dust in
I'm going to
some
go
thief's
run out
trophy room.
into the, like I want to go to Falkreath. I also want to check my Riverwood and out in the tundra area and see what it is.
Do you need help finding
But
the
we're going to
sword?
get this quest here quick.
I tracked it to a group of bandits nearby, but I'm no fool. I'd need the Whiterun guards.
I
or
love
maybe
his
hire the
armor.
companions to get it. I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you find it out in your travels, I'd be grateful to you.
All right, Amron, we'll do it. Halted Stream Camp.
If
Okay.
you find
You're
that sword,
willing to
please
starve
bring it to me.
wife and daughter to reclaim some rusty old sword?
Give me your money.
Give me your money.
I don't have any money. You better give me 5 seconds right now. Or I'm gonna bloody you. No, please. I really don't have any money. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Yeah, right now 14.4. $1080p, it might be below 12. That's right. Because remember, I'm playing 3440 by 1440 resolution. I don't know if resolution has anything to do with how much VRAM it's going to be pulling. We do have the looping sounds in the city. God, I love the lighting. Out here, 13.9. Uh-oh. All right, so we need to quick save and quick load. 14.2. So it is helping. I mean, it dropped at almost 4 gigs on the VRAM usage. It's going to get a little bit jittery, but this is a way I can display VRAM. And that's kind of what we're doing. We're testing. So it's, please accept the jitteriness as display capture being on. But then I can do this and do that. So you guys can see that the VRAM usage right now is, it's the second number down in the top left, 14024. But what it's using is 13.8. So on the, I may have to run it again on performance So yeah, out here it's only pulling 14. Looks pretty consistent right at about 14. Well, she just ran right up that tree, didn't she? We need... Where's Tariel's scale? We need to favorite that. We need to go here and put that as number 5. Okay. Significant difference in visuals? No, but I'll tell you what, let's... we're going to set game hour to 11, so I'll make it almost midday.
I got this.
Well, the textures of the rocks under the water and the textures of the water, the textures on the sword and the skeleton hand, you can see the little deal on the sword. No, I didn't watch Biggie's videos. I just ran it. But that is a weird... That is a weird texture there. So I don't know why that texture looks strange, like sand. These textures look good. These textures look good. Just went down 2 gigabytes. After what? So yeah, this texture here looks terrible. So I don't know what it did to that texture. That is a sand texture. But that looks super low res. And creates a really bad line. I mean, you guys can see it. Put an arrow in you just for good measure. Little mud crab. All right, let's see if I can find anywhere. I mean, so, okay, now that texture looks fine. So maybe it just didn't load. See, that texture looks fine now. So maybe it just didn't load correctly. The game time? Yeah, now we're only pulling 12. It might have been baked on the save game. Now we're only pulling 11. I would say it's worth doing. For sure. Alright, where'd you drop, bro? Because, yeah, now we're pulling less than 12 gigs worth of VRAM, which means the 3060 can run this list. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, ire shot. What's that over there? I mean, it looks good. Oh, I know what that is. That's a Silt Strider. Boy, that haul ass. Give me a big weapon.
Run. And
oh my gosh, we're still very low level. Run. 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 Run away. You want me to go back to game capture? Okay, let me stay away from that guy. And we'll go back to game capture. We're gonna Alt-Tab. We're back on game capture now. We need to... What in the snot?
Yeah!
Alright, so we still have a weapon out. Let's,
I'll rearrange your face.
Yeah, we're pulling... Well, I can read it off. I can leave it up there. You guys can't see it, but I can still see that in the top left corner because we're doing game capture now. It'll run a lot smoother.
Face your death with some honor.
Give me a weapon. No, I don't want to fight that guy. No, run, run, run. I don't want to fight that guy either. No. All right, well, yeah, we're looking at 11 gigabytes. And right now I'm pulling 45, 50 frames a second. Coming through this forest area. I notice a little bit of difference on the LODs. They're not as detailed in the distance. Like looking out this way, right over my head. Right here, let's toggle fly cam. We'll go fly over there. Oh, they're not bad. The LODs aren't bad. Because that's an LOD. These are all LOD trees. That's a hybrid. These are full trunks and low res branches. These are all LOD grass. There's, where's the line? There's the line. So full model on this side, LOD on that side. And where are we at? We're way over there. So that's not bad. Without the upscaler, I mean, it didn't really help my frame rate. I'm pulling 47 frames a second. 50. Still 50 is playable for sure. But it dropped that VRAM usage. We're at 11.9 right now. Visually impaired eyes, look pristine. Yeah, well, they're not bad. We're going to take another flight here. We're going to do it a little bit differently. Oh, we don't have that spell yet, do we? Okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. With the paraglider. Let's go check out some LODs. Well, the terrain LODs look really good. Yeah, up here I'm at 11.6 gigs worth of VRAM usage. I don't know about you, but them loads don't look bad at all for being lowered resolution. Buzzing the birdies. Yeah. That's her Indian name. Flies with birds. Oh. Those are all the hawks I put there. I bet he could. It's pulling right now. Well, right now it's pulling 12.3. 12.1. 11.7. 12.4. 13. 14. So it's going to stutter a bit for him still. 14.4 coming through here. I'm dropping to 40 frames a second. 15 gigs worth of VRAM. That's what it's pulling with all of this in the scene. 14.5. 14.8. We'll go further up the road. Who's this? Another bandit. They had hawk feathers. We'll take that. And cure disease. Yeah, well, I have to say I like the DLSS better. Who's this? That is a Whiterun guard. Who's this? That is a bandit. He's got nice armor. The Cerberus armor. It has 3 heads. Well, you know, you could have done this. Yeah, I put it all the way at the end of the load order. Actually, I put it below Dindalod. In the left pane. The mod itself, it doesn't matter. It's the output. Because the output's just meshes and textures. I think it's just textures, actually. No meshes. So as long as it is in the left pane below Dindalod, then it will overwrite the Dindalod textures. So here I'm running 13.6. Yeah, I would recommend Ireshot. I would recommend running it on performance and lowering everything to 1K, especially if you're, I love the rain, especially if you're if you're on a 1080p screen. You're not going to need any more than 1K. Oh, if you're doing all of that, you should be able to totally run the Nico experience. Right now it's pulling 13.4 coming up here on Riverwood with all this rain. 55 frames a second. Looking this way, we're pulling... Looking this way, I'm pulling 43. You know what? Let me install... Right now, we're pulling 13.1 VRAM. Yeah, I would run performance if I were you. And then you should be able to run the Nico experience. I'm running like 90% of my GPU though right now. 42 frames a second at this spot and 13 gigs worth of VRAM. 17 gigs worth of system RAM. So it's still going to require more than 16 gigs worth of system RAM. And I mean, preferably 16 gigs worth of VRAM. But let me throw in the upscaler in here and see what that does to the mix. So we're going to throw a save right here. And then we're going to quit out. We're going to turn off. Let me turn display capture back on so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to go back into the INI editor, into prefs. I'm going to turn off TAA. So down here under display, borderless, full screen, turn off TAA, 0. Save it. Hold Alt and drag the corners. To change the resolution. I guess I could do that. It is on, I am playing windowed mode, so it should work. We're going to install a mod. We're going to go to our, where did I put that? Should be in my archives. That one. Downloaded mods. I got a couple, just a couple. We're looking for Skyrim upscaler. So uncapper. Soul skydiving. Where's the upscaler? There's the upscaler. There's test build 11. We want test build 10. So we just installed that. We are going to go into Explorer, SKSE, plugins, INI, and we're going to set this for upscale 0 DLSS. Quality level is on ultra quality. We want to change this to balanced. Change it to 1. Leave that where it's at. We're not running Reshade, so it doesn't matter. We want to run this on 3. We want to change this to 80, although it doesn't matter. And we want to save that. And then we want to put this, send to separator optimization. Okay, so let's fire that back up. See the idea? Don't mind me. Why, do you think it won't work? All right, so we're going to start the game back up. Let me turn display capture back off. Skyrim prisoner. Hey, do you know the bug where you stuck at third person, cannot switch to first person? Is there any mod or way to fix it? My solution now is using the tanning rack. Okay, so you're stuck in it. Okay. If you're asking for a mod that'll fix that, immersive interactions. Get immersive interactions by JSerpa. In the MCM menu of immersive interactions, there is a little thing that says unstick me. If you click on that and you're in a stuck animation, it will unstick that animation for you. So you don't have to find a tanning rack. Okay, it'll do it anywhere. That should work for you. And I think you're going to like immersive interactions anyway. It's a great mod. Jay Serpa did a great job with it. It allows you to pet the dogs. You can, you know, your character reaches out to open doors. You can actually grab the puzzles and turn them, you know, if you're in third person. If you're using a first person mod like improved camera, you can even do it in first person, right? So that's pretty cool. But that's what I would recommend if you're looking for a mod to fix a stuck in third person animation, immersive interactions. That's my suggestion. That's what I use. But I love everything from immersive interactions anyway. I'll show you, as soon as the game starts up, I'll jump into the MCM menu and I'll show you what I'm talking about. As soon as you open the MCM menu, you'll see it. So it takes a little while for my game to start up, but not that long. Should start up any second now. Yeah, sorry it took me a while to get back, but my doggie had full diaper and it's raining. You know, she didn't let me know she needed to go outside, so she went outside on her own. And she did go potty outside, but she was wearing a diaper. So that filled up her diaper and she was soaking wet from the rain. So I had to dry the dog off. I had to clean her rear end. I had to, you know, clean up the muddy footprints in the house and where she leaked on the carpet when she came in here. And yeah, it took me a while to clean everything up. So I appreciate your patience. My poor doggie, I hope we can figure that out soon. I know it's not her fault, some medications that she's on. So I know she feels bad about it. That's why I say poor dog, you know. Poor doggie. We still love her anyway. Even though I'm getting really good at mopping the house. Because that's what I do. I get up in the morning and I check the dog beds. They're wet. I throw them in the washer. I break out the Swiffer mop and I mop the floors from where it leaked through the beds. Well, the mats. I bought waterproof beds. So I got to wipe. Those are easy. I can just wipe them down. But then, you know, clean the dog up. Get them breakfast. And then when I'm taking a shower, they come up the hallway. So then when I get out of the shower and get dressed, I got to mop the hallway in the front room. My house is really clean. I mop it every day. I guess you got to look at the bright side, right? And I'm just happy we don't have carpet throughout the whole house. She destroyed the hardwood. Not her fault. So I ended up putting in laminate flooring. 40,000 files left. Yeah, it's taken a minute, isn't it, Irish? It took me a minute to run it. But I'm very happy with the results, so I'm going to have to go and leave a like on that. I've had it for more than 15 minutes. I can endorse it. So right now I'm looking at the VRAM filling up. We're at 3.3 gigabytes. It's going to start climbing here in a minute. 4, 5, 6, 6, 9, 7, 4, 8, 2, 8, 9, 9, 7, 10, 2, 11, 5, 12, 1, 12, 2, 12.6, 12.8, 13.7, and 12.3 right now. Frame rate's at 49. Looking in this direction, which is really good. Now it's 72, 70 frames a second. So I mean, that I can show you guys because I can bring that up. I can bring that up here. It won't show you VRAM usage, but I can call that out. But we can turn that on and you guys can see the frame rate, and then I'll turn this on over it and I can see the VRAM here is 12.6. I want to see what it is in the Falkreath Forest. Frame rate's good though. I mean, it was dropped down in the, you know, mid 40s at the lowest, but right now we're pulling 73, 74 frames a second. That's screaming with the upscaler. We're at 11.8 on the VRAM. Okay, display capture's off, so it should be a smooth image for you guys. But you can see it's pretty smooth. So I guess we have healing. I really wanted was that. All right. A little drop down into the 50s. 11.3 on the VRAM. 11.1. We need to quick save and quick load. We don't have our paraglider. I wish I could figure that out. Bring it on, doggy. I double dog dare you.
Yeah.
It's a level 7 husky. He said, yike! No match for my level 2 character with the twin blade. Oh, that's pretty. 11.2.
Is there no one who can offer a challenge?
Sounds like some Thalmor beating up on somebody over here. Oh, they took him out. That's a dead Thalmor. They've got elven armor. I want your arrows. And that. Give me the wine. We're pulling 11.3. Oh, this mod is about to get really big. I would leave it an endorsement. I'm going to. As soon as I get off of here, I'm going to go leave an endorsement for it. Because right now I'm pulling 11.3 gigs of VRAM. And before here I'd be pulling something like 14. So it saved me about 3 gigs of VRAM usage. This is a really long... I think a shorter video would be better. People aren't going to sit here and watch it compile for 3 hours. Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. You guys sat here and watched it compile for 3 hours. Okay. but you guys are hardcore. Okay. That's pretty hardcore, man. But yeah, I would recommend this, especially since it's free. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of visual difference. I mean, even if I get right up on the rocks, I'm not seeing a whole lot of visual difference. At least not it's not blurring out, you know. Yeah, do a little tutorial video for people. Make sure it stays below 5 minutes and yeah, throw it up on your channel. Biggie's video, well, Biggie makes good videos. Biggie's a cool guy too. He's fun to listen to, knowledgeable, and just a nice guy. You know, I enjoy watching his streams. Oh, I love that sky. Oh my gosh. With the lightning and everything? Oh my gosh. Okay, wait a minute. Let's change to the bow. Let's get a little better vantage point here. Alright, stop doing that. We need to turn this off. Which one is it? Oh, it's that one. Okay. All right. Well, that's not bad, but let's see if we can do something like this. I want to see one off to the left and the right. That's not bad. We're taking some screenshots here. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking with rocket fuel. Print screen. Nice. Cool. So right here we're pulling 11.3. Let's go down in the forest at Falkreath. We're running 64 frames a second. We're below 12 right here, looking that way. System page. So here, 11.3. I'm just looking at VRAM usage. 11.2. 11.7. All below 12. 11.3.
You can't challenge. You must have a death wish. So tell me, do you?
Just kick him to death. Headshot. Headshot. Okay, we better run. He's going to kick my butt. He's level 25. We're level 2. So I love how I have it set up. You can see I've got his health bar at the top, but it's also telling me his level is level 25. So that's a combination of immersive HUD working with true HUD. He's almost dead though. Oh, now he's dead. Oh, you got rid of the heart on the chat? How many arrows did we put in his face? I see 2, 3. I see at least 3 in his face. Nice. So right here we're pulling 11.7. we're pulling 66 frames a second. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. All right, that unlinked, but that's okay. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. Too many overlays, I can't see. Okay, cool. There we go. Now you guys can see. Yeah, 69, 70 frames a second. Falkreath Forest. Now we're pulling 11.9, 12 gigs worth of VRAM right here. That's a dead Zertzog. It looked like a crime scene. Yeah, 11.8.
All in the finesse.
We got bad guys? I think we took out these bad guys. 11.9. 12.0. 11.9. Yeah, it's below 12. This is on quality. So if you run it on performance, yeah, and the textures are looking
Silent as the grey fox.
They're looking pretty top notch there. Even getting right up on it, you know. Wood textures are looking good. I don't know, you think we can bring him back to life? Okay, come on. Breathe. Breathe. Come on, breathe. Come on, breathe. No, we can't. All right, this is going to be a big deciding factor here. Falkreath. $13.5. Drop down into the 40s. 13.6, 13.7. 13.4.
That young lad who used to come here to get his weapon sharpened.
I don't know. Falkreath's warriors always return, one way or another.
I don't know, the missive boards look pretty good. The paper textures look good. You got a knife stuck in that. Yeah, I don't notice a whole lot of difference in the textures. They don't look blurred to me. This is Mari's Ivy. And I made it animated. Yeah, 74 frames a second. 66, 67. It's pulling 13.5 gigs worth of VRAM here in Falkreath, though. So that's quite a bit of VRAM. It's more than 12, right? But it was pulling like 18 before. So changing the texture size to 2K, dropping everything to 2K. Well, if I'm looking down, but looking here, this is the big thing. See what it is? 39. Yeah, because it's rendering everything that I can see. So if we toggle the fly cam, all of this it's rendering, all of this it's rendering. Like all the rabbits, all of that, all the barrels, all the wood, the laundry, the fences, the stairs, the signs. So that's, you know, how far do I have to go before it gets to a billboard? I have to go all the way up here. That's the line. So to the right is a billboard. To the left is a full model. So I'm rendering basically everything you see in Falkreath is getting rendered by the game when you stand right here looking at Falkreath. So that's a really heavy area, especially if you're running any city overhauls. Like I run Great Cities, and it adds a lot of clutter and things like that. But I think the problem here, if I look at draw calls, I'm guessing my bottleneck here is draw calls. Let me turn this other overlay off so I can see it. Where are we at? We were on Profiler. Yeah, 12,000 draw calls. So it's just over what DirectX 11 can handle. At 12,000, well, that's 11,000. Yeah, that's, but still 40 frames a second, I can play. And if you go this way, yeah, you're running 60, 70. That's pretty smooth, baby.
Where's my inner Khajiit?
Even down here, these are all Nature of the Wildland trees, too. All of this. This is generally a really heavy area. And we're pulling 60 frames a second at 3440 by 1440 resolution with this much being rendered. What, are you kidding me?
Grace and precision.
Let's check battle, baby.
Can't miss.
Oh, we nailed him. Here, have another one. Right in the noodle. He's level 25. We're level 2. If he hit us once, we would be dead. So yeah, definitely got to take this guy out from a distance. But yeah, we're pulling over 60 frames a second here. That's freaking amazing. Just from lowering the texture resolution. Well, and we are running Pure Dark's upscaler also, which lowers the screen resolution even more. So what screen resolution are we at? We are rendering at 1995 by 835. So that's almost what it would be at 1080p. Let me do a little math. Break out the calculator. 1920 by 1080 is 2,073,000 pixels. Okay, and we are rendering at 1995 by 835. Well, 1,665,000. So about 400,000 less pixels than 1080p. So yeah, running, that's the combination of the two together is pretty freaking amazing. I never thought I'd be running this kind of frame rate here. Give me back my arrows. Yeah, we're over by the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, but let's try some really heavy forest, huh? And we're talking, that's some heavy forest. I'd say we're averaging about, I don't know, some of it goes up to 70, so I'd have to say the average is better than 55. Average might be around 60. That's 73 frames a second? What, are you kidding me? 61, 60? Oh, hey now! Better run! Oh, we better... That's one of them fast-moving ones, too.
Won't rest till you're dead.
Oh, we're almost dead.
Too late to back down.
We're almost dead. Fly. We need to book. We need to book. You better run. You better run. You better run. Ah. We need a follower. We really need a follower because there's no way we're going to survive. Yeah, frame rate's looking good though. Really bad looking that way is the worst I can get it is 47. Does it get any worse going this way? No, 70. Oh my gosh, 74. So yeah, the worst area is looking that way. I wonder what's, I'm guessing that's Falkreath. Let's see if that's the way we're looking. No, we're looking up here. Half Moon Mill area. That guy's gonna kill me. Oh, we missed. Oh, we're backed up against a rock. He's level 10 and I'm scared. And I'm scared. Give me the high ground. Come on. Come on, bullface. One more and you're done. Where are you at, bullface? We have little things around here everywhere. I'm worried about that. Oh, there he is. What do we got going over here? I hear big footsteps.
You even
Gray
trying?
fox.
You've sealed your fate. Too late to back down now.
That could kill me. We're dead. Everybody drink. Yeah, I have some super aggressive critters in my game. Again, we're only like level 2 though, right? So we really shouldn't be out here in the wild like this. Not yet. But you really need to use dodge. You need to run. You need to, you know. Okay, we're all the way back here. Come here, doggy. Come here.
Ha! Your legacy will be as a mere footnote in the chronicles of my victories. Focus. Do not resist. At the very least, you died to worthy hands.
We'll leave the FPS counter on there because that's kind of showing you. Right now we're pulling 11.8 on the VRAM. Oh, we do have that. Okay, cool. Oh, it dropped down in the 30s there for a second. This is a heavy area here, though, too, looking this way. You know where, everybody knows where we're at. Right? Those are the standing stones. Run away to fight another. That's pretty much the mantra of the Nico experience. Right there. Run away to fight another day. Yeah, this right here is a heavy area. We're still pulling over 40 frames a second. And right here we're pulling 12.8 gigabytes worth of VRAM. And as soon as we turn the corner this way, wow. That is frickin' epic. I love Obsidian Weathers. I love Rudy's EMB. So over here we're back to 50 frames a second, 13.1 gigs worth of VRAM. So I would say, yeah, run it on quality if you got 16 gigs of VRAM. Run it on performance if you've got 12. And you should be good.
Think you can take me?
Yeah.
You truly
Oh
believe
my
you can
gosh,
kill
hey.
me?
Hey. Where are you guys? Oh, you guys are everywhere. Oh my gosh. I have so many bandits in my game. Look at them. Even the elk's after me. Coming to the bandit camp the back way. Oh, we got one up here. We got a bunch up here. Oh my gosh. Where are you guys at? Look at all the red dots. Oh my god.
Think you can take me?
Okay, there it comes.
Do you have a death wish?
I found you.
Ow!
Okay, that's one.
I mean, didn't feel a thing.
Okay, well we blocked that, but we're gonna die. Unless we heal and evade. Heal. Oh my gosh, we need to. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. Everybody drink. We are definitely not ready to be out in the wild yet. And you know, the funny thing is, I think we're only on like Apprentice. I'll have to look at what difficulty rating we're on. So what's the difficulty that we are on? Apprentice. We're only on Apprentice. All right, I'm going back to town. This is too wicked for me out here. I need to level up, baby. I can't handle it. Maybe I could take on 2 bandits. I think there's only 2 bandits up there. If we sneak up on them, we might be able to take them out. But am I loving the frame rate? Yes, I'm loving the frame rate.
Time to shine.
I got my frame rate locked at 75. It'll never go above 75. Oh, we already took these guys out. Well, I guess I already had that idea, didn't I? They had a twin blade. I would say that, I mean, that charred skeever texture looks pretty good. Even the chair. That was a 2K texture there. That's probably still a 2K texture because that's a shield I made. It's part of the iron shield.
Stay calm.
Oh, hey now. I mean, it'd be nice if the lightning hit that close and like knocked you on your butt and was a lot louder. I do love storm lightning though. Great mod. And the god rays on that sunset are epic. Okay, it is after 6 o'clock my time. I got to think about some dinner and also feeding the dogs. So I think I'm going to come down here and I'm going to save the game when I get to Riverwood. And no crashes, but most of today was spent compiling texture files. So should we go into the... Yeah, we're just going to hide out under this so we're not getting rained on. Say goodbye to the kind folks.
Be well, all right? Farewell.
So I'm getting a flashing save game. Thought there was a fix that I had enabled for that, but apparently not. So we're going to quit out of this. I'm going to say thank you to everybody for showing up and putting up with me doing that. And there's still 12 of you in there that hung out. So thanks for hanging out. And until next time, yeah, mod it till it breaks and mod it some more. And yeah, I recommend taking all your textures down to 2K at least. And if you're running 1080p, maybe even take them all the way to 1K. And you probably won't, yeah, no crashy. Probably won't notice a difference in the visuals. If you notice, I got right up on things. And I'm playing 3440 by 1440. And I went 2K on the diffuse and 1K on the normals. And everything still looked really, really good. And it dropped my VRAM usage by about 5 gigabytes, which is huge. Huge. So, yeah, highly recommend it. Till next time, peace out.